Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the September 4th City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting to order. Ms. Rodriguez, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Peugeot.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Jordan.
Here.
Commissioner Campanella.
Here.
Commissioner Bartlett.
Here.
Vice Chair Thompson. Chair Schwartz.
Here. Thank you very much. We'll move to preliminary matters. We have some documents to review and approve today. Draft minutes of August 14th and associated resolution number 020-14. We also have resolution number 021-14 and resolution number 022-14, along with the draft minutes of August 21st. Let's first take the August 14th documents, and I believe that staff will be identifying some minor changes that we just received on the on one or more of these documents. I'll let staff take us through those.
Madam Chair, we had some revisions to the August 21st minutes and that associated resolution. Do you want me to wait until you take action on the 14th?
Sure, let's do that. So for the documents related to August 14th, any corrections or changes? None. All right, I'll entertain. Yes, Ms. Lodge.
Ms. Rodriguez. Thank you, Madam Chair. There were a couple of small typos which I pointed out to Ms. Rodriguez, and letter S was left out of Mr. Thompson's name on page 2 of the 14th, and the second C in council was left out on page 3.
Okay.
She has since fixed those.
All right, we've got those noted. Any other changes to those four documents pertaining to August 14th? If there are none, we'll entertain a motion to approve as amended.
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstention.
Thank you, Mr. Campanella. One abstention. Now we'll move to the draft minutes of August 21st and back to Ms. Brooke to identify the changes we just received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are related changes, and the minutes you'll find at the bottom of page 4 of the revised version of the August 21st minutes that were distributed to you today. It's in the motion and the direction back to the Single Family Design Board. This is for 2201 Edgewater Way. And trying to clarify the direction back to the Single Family Design Board and Public Works staff as it relates to the encroachments in the right-of-way. We revised that wording to say, recommend that the Single Family Design Board and Public Works staff review the gate height and other improvements in the right-of-way to ensure that they do not result in a walled-off view of the property from Edgewater Way. Allow the vegetation, including the pittosporum hedge, to soften the view from Edgewater Way and provide a transition between existing vegetation along the remaining portion of the driveway easement. And that language is then mirrored in the resolution on page 4, condition C3, design review, right-of-way improvements.
Thank you very much. Any comments from the commissioners to those changes from staff?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Jordan, please.
Ms. Brooke, I agree exactly with you capturing the intent of the comments, and both those changes related to the height of the gate. But does it go without saying that that right-of-way approval was for a 48-inch high fence and gate, and that can't be amended with this direction too? How does somebody propose a gate that's 5 feet high in an area where the right-of-way approval was for 48 inches?
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioner Jordan, if I understand your question correctly,
the exhibit in the plan showed a gate that was higher than the 48-inch fence.
Okay.
Although you said the allowance in the right-of-way agreement was only for 48 inches in that zone.
That I'm not sure of. I don't know what the right-of-way agreement says because I don't believe it's been.
That's certainly what was said in here during that discussion, was that the right-of-way approval was for a 48-inch high fence.
And a 5-foot gate, I believe.
There is no.
In any
Well, just-
event, it could be changed.
Mr. Appleton, just take
through
a
an
seat for a
agreement with
moment, and
Public
we'll
Works.
figure out
So
the right
the
protocol.
discussion we had when I pointed out the elevation was not that there was a separate height approval in the right-of-way for a gate. It was that the only approval in the right-of-way zone was for 48 inches of improvements, which exceeds the normal setback of 42 inches.
Clear this up.
Well, I guess I just want to make clear that what was acted on by the Planning Commission was limited to what was on the private property, because they need to apply to the Public Works Department for an encroachment permit for anything in the right-of-way.
Understood, but two of the particular changes that are referenced as recommendations in the motion, the fence and the gate height, the improvements have to do with input as to what happens in the right-of-way, not what happens in the property.
Correct, and it is, although it's direction to SFDB, ultimately it is Public Works staff that will make that decision. So SFDB could help inform.
So my intent upon agreeing to that motion, when we approved that motion, was that nothing's going to happen higher than 48 inches in the right-of-way.
I guess I cannot guarantee that, because
Then that was not accurately portrayed in either the discussion or the motion then, at that time.
We have changed
Okay,
the drawing.
hold on, Mr. Appleton, just one moment. So, Mr. Appleton is the applicant, and I know there's a lot of back and forth during this item that should be reflected in this document. Is there something very briefly
Yes,
you'd
very
like
brief.
to communicate,
We
Mr.
have
Appleton?
already changed the gate height, Commissioner Jordan, to be 48 inches on all the drawings, and copies of those drawings have been provided to Planner Kennedy to show. And so when we submit to Single Family Design Board this coming Monday, even the rendering on the page A1, which even showed a taller semi, has been shortened. Even that rendering is short to 48 inches, and also on the sheet A4, where the sheet you were talking about, where the elevation showed it, that's 48 inches. It's all 48 inches, and it opens up the whole thing. We've already changed all the drawings.
Okay.
We've accepted that is the way we're going to go.
So that gets me where I want to go, but I guess I just still have a problem with this, what was said and what's being written down, and kind of the lack of ability to apply what my comprehension was of where we're going versus there's no control over that right away and what you're saying you heard last week. I mean, or 2 weeks ago, I clearly said that the only support I would have for any recommendation would be nothing that exceeded 48 inches in the right-of-way. So if we're going that way anyhow, I guess that resolves my issue, but I guess maybe we should talk about right-of-ways and how those get handled and talked about in the approval process when those come into play on the overall consideration of a coastal development permit and how that plays into compatibility with the rest of the neighborhood. Okay?
Jordan, let me just ask before
Thank
we
you, Madam
close out.
Chair.
Mr. Bartlett, did you want to touch on this same topic or something else pertaining to the documents for review?
It's the same item, number
Okay.
2.
Okay.
You want me to go ahead?
Yes, please.
I wanted to ask staff, since we spent our whole lunch hour meeting talking about compatibility, why the word compatibility was struck in the last sentence of number 2.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bartlett, that was a result of a conversation with the commissioner who provided that direction, and my attempt to try to clarify her intent.
Subsequent to the unanimous vote?
Yes, because the way it was originally worded did not convey clearly what was meant by the direction.
But wouldn't it be appropriate on the new one, on the top of page 5, where it says Edgewater Way and provide, couldn't we say a compatible transition between the existing vegetation? Rather than transition could be, oriental to pine trees or whatever when you talk about landscape.
Okay, maybe the person who said that could speak to whether or not that
Yeah.
meets her intent.
I didn't realize there was a subsequent sidebar conversation after we voted.
Ms. Peugeot?
Thanks. So I was both the motion maker and the one who had the recommendation in the second part regarding the vegetation. And yes, Ms. Brooke and I did have a conversation based on clarifying that provision. But just to make it even more clear, what I provided was my intent in the transition of vegetation for that area. And we actually didn't, to my recollection, talk about removing or including compatible. So as far, and I didn't see the final drafting of the wording. And so if it was acceptable as an appropriate technical revision, I suppose, to the motion, I think Commissioner Bartlett's recommendation still hits the point.
Okay. Ms. Brooke, do you have any response to that in particular? No. So I'd go back to Mr. Jordan's comment and concern, and I'm wondering, so I'd sort of like to turn it over to my colleagues for their thoughts, whether or not it's necessary for Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Brooke to revisit our taping to see if the portion of the language that Mr. Jordan identified is actually sufficient as written. Mr. Jordan, did you want to have any subsequent?
Well, it's been made clear we don't have any say in what takes place with an existing right-of-way agreement. I guess what I'm confused about now is what the agreement says, because I think I heard that the agreement said that in that improvement area there was nothing to be higher than 48 inches. So, and that's where we're going to go. Thank you to the project applicant. But I just, when I see that language there, and without knowing what the actual right-of-way agreement says, somebody at a design board could make a case that a gate height could be higher than 48 inches in that right-of-way, and then that would go somewhere else and get approved. And that certainly wasn't my intent. My intent was, in support of that motion, was that what you're calling the walled-off view of that property, the seclusion of that property on the two sides that we looked at, is further exasperated by a higher gate that you can't see over, and it should have a lower gate that welcomes somebody to see over. So I think I'm belaboring this. I think we're going where I want to go. I guess in the future, maybe if we're in this particular situation, we ought to have the right-of-way agreement here in front of us when we talk about those issues.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, it's my understanding that there is the encroachment permit has not been granted yet. I anticipate, and this is the way it's happened many times in the past, that a project proceeds through land use entitlement and design review, and only once those two approval processes are complete does the applicant seek the encroachment permit, because they want to have the encroachment permit reflect the final design.
There's an existing fence with an encroachment permit.
I don't know if there's an existing encroachment permit. If there is.
But to just speak to Mr. Vincent's point, there is an existing encroachment permit for some of the existing improvements in the right-of-way, but there's also condition D1C that requires, prior to the issuance of building permits, that the applicant obtain a minor encroachment permit, and that's the typical order of events, that they would obtain that as the design is starting to come together to a final design.
So if you have an existing fence with an approved encroachment permit and you're replacing that existing fence in the same place and height, you also need a new encroachment permit?
Yes, it's a new improvement in the right-of-way.
That wasn't mentioned during this hearing either. Okay. My recollection of the conversation in the hearing was that the encroachment permit was a done deal for 48 inches because it was there already, and they were replacing the fence, and that's why they were so, in a sense, granted the continuing option to have a 48-inch fence there. Because I certainly would have questioned that back then, as you and I had a conversation afterwards on our frustration over encroachment permits, that if you went back 6 more feet into the property line without a modification, we would only let a fence be 42 inches. But between that point and the street, because of an encroachment permit, we're allowing fences in excess of that. So again, I think the applicant has graciously gone in the direction that I'm interested in going with. So I think this is being belabored, but I think in the future where there's encroachment permits involved that are existing or are going to be involved for sure, I think that might warrant a little more conversation.
Any further comments from the commissioners? Mr. Thompson?
I'd like to get clarified the vote on item 2A. The motion was made by Commissioner Lodge, but then the vote says that Commissioner Lodge was absent.
That was corrected. That was one of the corrections we spoke about earlier.
Okay.
That was
my
corrected.
Copy, my corrected copy that we just received still has that.
So after this document was prepared, so that's an additional correction
Right,
that
there
you've
was-
just noted. Does everybody know what Mr. Thompson is referring to? Okay. Ms. Lodge?
So what's the answer then?
So,
Oh, I'm
Ms.
listed there as being present.
So what was the vote?
Roll call, and so.
Yeah, so Ms. Rodriguez, if you could correct and review that
Jim,
for
it's
us.
ayes 6, abstain 1.
That is correct. It was ayes 6, abstain 1.
We all clear then? Yes, Mr. Thompson, that's okay. Anything else on these two documents? Yes, Ms. Lodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the bottom of page 2 on the August 21st minutes, I'm quoted as saying something which I probably did say, but it didn't seem very clear. And so I would like to, and I've already provided the language to Ms. Rodriguez, to read, Commissioner Lodge said the city needs to strengthen enforcement of the prohibition of less than 30-day rentals to reduce the conversion of housing to vacation rentals. She already has it, but I would like to make
Okay.
that change.
Looks like Ms. Rodriguez has noted that, so that's an additional change. Any other changes? Mr. Campanella?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Housing Authority 5-year action plan, I think it might be important to include some information on the important things that they said in their presentation, particularly the fact that their wait lists for public housing now are around 7,000 families, up 60% from 2009. This was part of their presentation. Also, Section 8 voucher applications are up to over 8,000, which is a 112% increase from 2009. And the numbers are so high that they had to shut off wait lists because they just can't service these people. So there's about 15,000 households of very low income or below that are in critical situation, as expressed by the Housing Authority. And I think I'd like to at least put those highlights into the minutes of their presentation.
Ms. Brooke, did you want to respond to Mr. Campanella about that at all?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. I think Mr. Campanella's comments prompt a thought from me, and that is that it may be warranted for us to discuss at one of our upcoming lunch meetings the content and scope of the drafted minutes, of the written minutes, as opposed to what gets recorded from our televised meetings. We've talked about this periodically, how much should be reflected in our minutes versus what's sort of I don't want to say overkill, but what's excessive. And I know staff is looking to streamline the process, but perhaps it's time again for us to look at that. And I'm seeing some nods from some of my colleagues. So, Ms. Brooke, if you could agendize that for one of our lunch meetings as a discussion, I think that would be beneficial. Thank you. Okay, so if there aren't any further changes to these two documents of August 21st, I'd be looking for a motion. Ms. Rodriguez, please.
I would just like to recap Commissioner Peugeot's addition of a word in response to Commissioner Bartlett and reread that motion so that we're all on the same plane. And that is the condition of approval. The second one was changed to say recommend that the Single Family Design Board and Public Works staff review the gate height and other improvements in the right-of-way to ensure that they do not result in a walled-off view of the property from Edgewater Way. Allow vegetation, including the Pizzoporum hedge, to soften the view from Edgewater Way and provide and here's the additional word, compatible transition between existing vegetation along the remaining portion of the driveway easement. Okay.
Are you all comfortable with that? Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Okay, so with that, I'd entertain a motion to approve these documents as amended.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
Mr. Campanella got to the light quickly. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Very good. Okay, so that handles that preliminary portion of our meeting today. I want to just say I've seen some additional members of the public come in. If you would like to speak to the commission on any items, either that are not on our agenda today or that are, please fill out a slip at the back of the room and bring it forward to Ms. Brooke. Okay, Ms. Brooke, do we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items?
No, Madam Chair.
Any announcements or appeals?
I would like to announce next Thursday morning, September 11th, we'll have our semi-annual joint meeting with the City Council and Planning Commission to discuss Planning Division workload and priorities. That will be held in the David Gebhardt Public Meeting Room at 9 a.m. And because we will have that joint meeting in the morning, we'll be canceling the Planning Commission's regular Thursday afternoon meeting that day, September 11th.
Thank you. Are there any comments from members of the public on items not on our agenda today?
No, I don't have any speaker slips for that. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move right into an environmental hearing. This is on the Resource Recovery Project. And who do we have with us to make presentations today, or a presentation?
Madam Chair, Dan Gullett, Project Planner. I'm here with Matt Four. He's the City Environmental Services Manager. So before you now is an environmental hearing to receive comments from the Planning Commission on the county's draft subsequent EIR. The county is the lead agency for the project for purposes of environmental review. Any members of the public are encouraged to provide comments directly to the county because they will be charged with responding to those comments. That said, there will be a public comment opportunity during this item. An outline of what we'll be covering. The first item is a follow-up from the July 24th meeting. Mr. Four will be following up with questions on the financials of the Resource Recovery Project. After that, I'll go through the project description, summary of the impacts found in the EIR, describe the alternatives with a focus on the Marburg alternative, because that's the only alternative within city limits, and give some initial comments from staff. With that, I'll turn over the next couple of slides to Mr. Four.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission members. Matt Four, Environmental Services Manager. I only have a couple of brief things to go over, but at the last meeting that we attended on July 24th, the question was asked about some of the context regarding the financial aspects of this project. And without going into proprietary information that's still under discussion with the vendor, I can give you some context for how the tipping fees would stack up. I'm going to do this in two different ways. The first is to look at the present-day tipping fees, and these are fully loaded costs of various facilities that we could use. If you see there on the left-hand column, it lists the following facilities: Tehiwis Landfill. Then we have the Resource Recovery Project. That's the proposed project that's before you today. Then we have Simi Valley the Simi Valley landfill, and finally the Los Flores landfill up in Santa Maria. And what you'll notice is that, and let me start with the tipping fees. The tipping fees at Tahiguis on the third column over are $82. That's the present day tipping fee at Tahiguis, what we pay for every ton of waste that we deliver to the gates there. The resource recovery project in the RFP that was put out by the county and was responded to by the vendors, there was a tipping fee threshold of $100. And this $100 is really the vendor's service fee. So this is what the vendor would be paid for every ton of waste that goes over. There will likely be some additional fees that will be added to that base service fee to cover the closure and post-closure maintenance costs that the county has to maintain for at least 30 years after closure. But the $100 base tipping fee is what I can point to in the RFP as our threshold that we're looking at. The third is the Simi Valley landfill. Its tipping fees today are $63.51 a ton, and finally Los Flores in Santa Maria. This is the existing Santa Maria landfill, and that's $71. Many of you may be aware that Santa Maria is currently trying to permit and open a new landfill, and we don't know what those tipping fees will be, so I'm just looking at the present day. To look at the second column, then, that's titled Additional Transport Cost. When we're looking at the present day comparison, we really need to put in the transport cost per ton that we would incur to then transport our waste that we generate here in the city or on the South Coast to these alternate facilities. And so the total cost then today would be Tahiguis at $82 because there's no additional transport cost. The Resource Recovery Project will stay at the $100. Simi Valley, when we take the tipping fee plus the transport cost, would be $98.18 per ton. And finally, Los Flores at $101.71. So just to give some context of the present day. And I want to thank County Public Works staff for helping me put this together. So this information came from them, and it was extremely helpful. Any questions on this before I go on?
Mr. Jordan?
Thanks, Mr. Farr, for bringing it back. So you mentioned the resource recovery number is really just like a vendor service fee. And when they develop that fee or when that threshold is set, does it also entertain the resale value they're getting for pulling the recycled stuff out of there?
That's correct. That's the net tipping fee. That would account for all of the costs plus all the associated revenues from the project, from recycling commodities to compost that they may generate to the renewable power that they would sell.
And is that number represent if the vendor did it at the first option, Tahiguis?
This is at Tahiguis.
And so just what do you think if the option was inside the city limits at a facility that's already got some part of that function already going? Are there savings there or not? Or
I can't really answer that at the moment. That would, if an alternative site were selected, we would then be asking the vendor to submit a new pro forma that would account for those changes.
And we'd have this conversation again then, right? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on the slide? Mr. Ford, did you want to say anything else?
I don't. I was just
I saw you
ask the same
leaning
question.
in, so I just wanted to. Are you also going to present a slide on the sales proceeds side of it? This was fees, but then I have a couple of questions regarding proceeds from sale that's mentioned in the staff report. Is this an appropriate time to ask my question? Or are you going to get into, should I ask that later with a larger set of questions?
Well, to answer your question, I wasn't going to get into the specific numbers regarding sales. I can talk to you conceptually about how the commodities markets work and things, but
Well, I didn't want to get sort of that granular.
Okay.
With my question was basically, I'll tell you, on page two of the staff report under recyclables, there's a reference that says recovered commodities would be baled and sent to market. I'm just interested in general as to which entity or entities will receive the proceeds from this sale. Should, for example, alternative B in the city at the Marburg site be chosen, would the city be the recipient of the sale to market funds?
Sure, I can answer that. So
Okay.
the answer to that question is under the way that it's structured now, the vendor receives the revenue from the sale of commingled recyclables or the commodities. That all goes into the derived tipping fee that's a balance between costs and revenues of the project. There are provisions that we have not finalized in negotiations, but there were provisions in the RFP for windfall sales, for example, to be shared between the jurisdictions and the vendor.
Okay. And would that also apply on that same page under the anaerobic digestion facility? This is number 2, and it's the second bullet. The resulting compost and/or soil amendments would be marketed for agricultural landscape use or used for reclamation projects. Again, marketed would be my same question as to which entity would receive the proceeds. But it sounds like it could be shared. It may be shared.
Could be shared, and the question on that is what will be the market value of that material? That's something that both the vendor and the jurisdictions are still looking at. You know, the safe assumption is we'll be able to move it off the property and not dispose of it in the landfill. But the safe assumption will be we won't get any value off of it. You know, that the digestate, the quality of the digestate and what we'll use it for. If for example, the vendor were able to make a commodity or agricultural grade compost that he then sold for, you know, $25 a ton or something, then I believe we would have provisions for sharing and you know, windfalls on revenues in general, including organics and commodities.
Okay, thank you. I was interested
Sure.
in whether or not the city would be a beneficiary of this should alternative B be selected. So thank you.
We
Those
would
are
be.
those are my questions for now. Mr. Campanella, did you have anything?
Just
further?
to add on to your question, Madam Chair, in order to compare likes, I think the actual physical expenditure for the 2 facilities that are proposed, that's being financed, correct?
And it's being financed
By the
vendor.
Okay. So the number that they're generating, that they're taking at the $100, let's say, plus recyclable, that's to compensate for the investment that they're making. So when you look at the income that they're getting, it's not just to cover operating costs like we would be now, it's to cover their capital investment as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, continue, Mr. Ford.
So the second slide, and again, this is, I will just give the caveat, this is conceptual, but for conceptual purposes, I did put together a graph that sort of looks ahead and compares tipping fees. These are not by any means set in stone, but what this shows, the red line shows up to the modern day, so up to 2015, the actual historic tipping fees at Tehiguis landfill, starting back in 1992. So what this graph shows, if I just take the Tehiguis line first, it shows a line up to 2014 of actuals. Beyond 2014, through the contract term of 2038, for example, I simply applied the historic rate of annual increase, which is about 2.8%. So what it really shows is if we were to do nothing, if we were to continue to dispose at Tehiguis through 2026, which is the expected site life, then, and you'll see the step up in 2027, you'll see that bump up in the line. The assumption there, and this is again conceptual, I added 20% to the base tipping fee in 2026. So this graph assumes from 2026 to 2027, a 20% increase in the base tipping fee. That's just an acknowledgement that there would be costs associated with continuing at Tehiguis. We would have to excavate additional cells, put down additional liners, additional environmental control systems like landfill gas and leachate recovery, all those things. Whether 20% is correct, I don't know. Could be higher, could be lower, but I think it's a reasonable assumption. And then from 2027 through 2038, I again apply the historic rate of increase of 2.8%. So that's the Tehiguis. The second line, the green line, shows the project. That's the resource recovery project. And starting in 2014, I used the maximum RFP threshold of $100 and then applied to that a constant and unchanging CPI adjustment of 2%. So what you see is that, you know, they're relatively similar to one another. In the end, under this scenario, the resource recovery project tipping fees are slightly lower. And again, these are conceptual. These are not actual numbers. But to get an idea of, in 2038, where would we end up with the resource recovery project versus without it? And there are obvious differences in the scenario in that, one, with the resource recovery project, not only are we getting the financial security of a known CPI increase over a 20-year period, but we also get the diversion benefits and the renewable power and the things that the other benefits of the project. So that's what I brought. I hope that gives some financial context. And if there are any questions on this slide, I'd be glad to take them.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Four on these slides? Ms. Peugeot?
Quick question on your graph. So the $100 tipping fee that you're talking about is the difference between what you're showing on your graph of 2014 today using $100 and when the RRP would actually become operational is what, like a year and a half, 2 years or something like that?
Oh, I was assuming 2018.
That's when it would become operational?
That's the assumption.
So if you move forward to 2018, I have a hard time reading those numbers down there. So basically, those increased fees start at 2018.
Well, under this graph, I CPI adjust the tipping fee of $100 2% from 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18. So it assumes that when the vendor submits their final pro forma and the threshold is $100, we're assuming the tipping fee is $100. During construction, we would be CPI adjusting that tipping fee because there are real cost escalators that will be incurred.
Okay, great, thanks.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The real gain there, though, is just so make sure I understand this right, the real gain is the amount of tonnage that would apply to either tipping fee, though, right? As you go forward in time, more of the tonnage would apply to the resource recovery project than the Tahigas because of the resource recovery and the sorting process. Is that right?
I don't know if I quite understand your question.
Well, we have a problem right now where not enough recycled or recovered material is getting pulled out of what's going to Tahigas.
That's correct.
Correct? So one of the goals of the project is to pull more of that out, correct?
Correct.
And that which would be pulled out would apply to the recovery tipping fee line rather than the Tahigas line, right, in the future?
Right. So you're correct. Under the Tahigas scenario, we're burying what we bury today. We continue to bury in the same proportions.
So while you have an 8 or 10 or 12-year period there of the green on top of the red, the real gain is off the other end of your graph as Tahigas continues to go up at a much higher rate per ton that gets put out there than the recovery center, right? If you're following that graph.
Well, under both scenarios, the assumption is all of the tonnage that currently goes into Tahigas now that's picked up by Marburg would still go into the resource recovery project, and the tipping fee associated with the resource recovery project would cover all of the cost to sort and market that material. Okay. So if I'll give you an example. Today at Tahigas, the city sends about 50,000 tons of waste. It's picked up by Marburg to the landfill to be buried, right? 50,000 tons. Under the resource recovery project, we would simply send that same 50,000 tons into the resource recovery project to be processed, and 40% of that would then go into the landfill phase.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Bartlett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Four. On the graph where you do the 20% jump for the Tahigas landfill, you were saying that covers the excavation to expand the landfill and all the other infrastructure that has to be installed to accommodate that. Is that within the existing Tahigas landfill parcel, or is that then moving to the east onto that Barron Ranch adjacent property?
I didn't look at it to the specificity of where that would occur. It would be beyond the permitted boundary. That there is the landfill footprint, there's the entire canyon, and a small section of that is permitted by the state and the county as a disposal footprint. This just says we're going to go beyond that permitted disposal footprint, and we'll have to be making room for the additional trash that we would put in for the next 10 years.
But obviously the ultimate goal of that adjacent property to the east is to allow for future expansion as the need arises, it seems like.
Again, that was really external to this exercise. I'd have to leave that to the county.
Okay, thanks.
Those are preliminary questions. Ms. Brooke, do we have any speaker slips from members of the public on this item?
Madam Chair, first we need to finish staff's presentation.
Oh, I didn't
If you-
realize
if
it's
you
going
don't
back
mind.
to Mr. Gullett now? Okay. So we're doing a tandem. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just was going to go over briefly the project description. Mr. Four, I think, did a really good job and thorough job of that at the July 24th meeting, and then go through the findings of the EIR
Great,
and
thanks.
focus a little bit on the Marburg alternative. So again, the proposed project is to modify the operation of the landfill to add two new elements. One is the materials recovery facility, which I'll refer to as a MRF, and the other is a dry fermentation anaerobic digestion facility, which I'll refer to as the AD facility. The MRF facility at the landfill would be approximately 60,000 square feet, and it would sort waste into three different streams. The first being recyclables, which would be sent to market, organics, which would be processed in the anaerobic digester, and residue, which would be landfilled. The project includes an option to add approximately 10,000 square foot addition to that building to process the pre-sorted recyclables, those items that consumers are putting in the blue bins currently. The anaerobic digestion facility, where it is proposed in the project and the alternatives, it is at Tehiwis. This would be about 63,000 square feet, and it would, again, convert organics into biogas, which would drive electric power generators through combustion, and then that digestate, which would be cured into compost or amendments and marketed. For CEQA history for the landfill, the county certified a final EIR for the landfill expansion in 2002. There was then a subsequent EIR for reconfiguration of the waste footprint in 2009. And the subject project is also a subsequent EIR to that 2002 EIR. This EIR was released on August 11th by the county. For the primary project, I just want to run quickly through the project-specific impacts. Class 1 impacts are significant adverse unmitigated impacts. There were none found for the resource recovery project. Class 2 impacts are impacts that can be mitigated by feasible mitigation measures to a level of lessened significance. The Class 2 impacts that the EIR finds for the Tehiwis site is alteration to the visual setting, adverse effects of construction on sensitive vegetation and nesting birds, adverse effects on habitat loss and operations on sensitive animal species, exposure of hazardous materials during construction, increase potential fire hazards, unstable slopes from earthwork and water application, damage to buildings from expansive soils and differential settlement. Operation of composting area could be impacted by ground settlement, damage to unknown archaeological resources from ground disturbance, land use conflicts with adjacent residential, agricultural, and recreational uses, migration of landfill gas into groundwater, and surface water quality impacts. The EIR also finds Class 4 impacts, which are beneficial impacts from the project. The first being reduced greenhouse gas emissions from diverting organics, exporting electricity, and improving recovery and recycling of materials. And the other is reduced potential for offsite transport of litter with indoor tipping of the trucks and transfer trucks within the building. There were 7 alternatives analyzed in the EIR. I'll run through these again. We'll focus some on alternative B, which is the Marburg site within the city. The first is no project, just continued disposal of solid waste. until the expected capacity of the landfill is reached in about 2026. The second, again, the site within the city at 620 Quinientos, that site is owned by Marburg. The AD facility would still be at Tehiguis. The alternative C is the South Coast Recycling and Transfer Station at 4430 Callao. It would be a MRF at that location, and the AD facility at the landfill. That site is also referred to as Skirts. Alternative D is aerobic composting. This would replace the AD facility with aerobic composting with Windrose at Engel and Gray composting facility in Santa Maria, and again the MRF at the landfill. Alternative E is no project and landfill expansion. That looks at expansion to provide for the additional capacity until about 2036, which is when the expected capacity would be reached with the proposed project. Alternative F is no project and waste export to Simi Valley. And again, that would happen after the capacity is reached around 2026. And similarly, alternative G would export to the proposed Santa Maria facility after capacity is reached in 2026. To go through the alternative B is a Marburg MRF. Again, it's 620 Quinientos. That site is approximately 4.19 acres. It's zoned M1, which is light industrial, and SD3, which is coastal zone. So that project would require a coastal development permit from the city. Current uses on that site: green waste chipping, inert materials processing, concrete batch plant, vehicle equipment, and inert material storage. Here's an aerial of that site. It's highlighted in white. You can see the freeway to the north, railroad to the south. This is the Doubletree Hotel. It's at the corner of Quinientos and Calle Cesar Chavez. And rotated, this is the proposed site plan for the Marburg site. This is Quinientos, Calle Cesar Chavez. And rendering of the elevations. So this building would be approximately 107,000 square feet. It would include a truck scale, tipping floor, waste delivery area, waste processing bale storage, waste transfer area, loading dock, office administration and control room, and a visitor and education area. So Marburg withdrew the proposal to construct and operate this facility in December, but did express a willingness to include this alternative in the EIR analysis. Marburg is collaborating with the chosen vendor, Mustang, to operate the facilities at the other locations if they're chosen for this project. The Class 1 impacts for Alternative B that were identified: degradation of public and private views, exceedance of national air quality standards, particularly 1 hour nitrogen dioxide, exceed the acute non-cancer health risk threshold, cumulative traffic impact at the 101 southbound ramp at Garden Street, and environmental justice. Class 2 impacts: nighttime lighting, odor-related nuisance, disturbance of nesting birds, exposure of hazardous waste or material during construction, potential spread of solid waste during tsunami, damage from liquefaction or settlement to the building, disturbance of unknown archaeological resources, exceedance of noise standards during construction and operation, potential land use conflicts with surrounding uses, increased stormwater runoff. Storm runoff during demolition and construction may adversely affect surface water quality, and also runoff during operations may adversely affect surface water quality. So the city's role in this EIR, the Planning Commission would remain involved and use the subsequent EIR if alternative B is chosen. Again, a coastal development permit, likely a development plan would be required for the project if that's the case. Otherwise, the Planning Commission wouldn't see this project moving forward from today. The city is a responsible agency, though, because if the city council chooses to approve a waste service agreement, along with that would go CEQA findings based on the final EIR. So staff's review to date, the EIR appears to comply with CEQA. We do have some comments where we believe the EIR analysis could be strengthened or clarified. The first being the traffic analysis for each of the alternatives. It could be clarified what the assumptions are, the net effects of the project of each different location, particularly the proposed project and alternative B and alternative C at the skirt site. For the Marburg alternative, the proposal for that site is carbon filter. The other alternatives, the proposed project and at the skirt site have biofilters instead of carbon filters. So there's substantially less odor released from that. The EIR concludes that odors would be reduced to a less than significant level with design of filter and redesign of the stack, and the results of that aren't described clearly in the EIR. Related to the filter and the stack are air quality and visual impact analysis. So with air quality, the 1 hour NO2 class 1 impact is expected to remain, but there are engineering solutions that would reduce that. Their mitigation for the odor includes reconfiguration of the stack. So we think the air quality and odor analyses aren't looked at equally. The final one on here is visual impacts. So visual analysis concluded class 1 impacts primarily from the introduction of a vertical stack design. What's proposed in the project is a horizontal stack design, but it's known that a vertical would be needed to address these other impacts. So it's essentially an unknown visual impact. We agree with the conclusion that it's class 1 because of that, because it could be, from what we understand, a very large stack structure that may bring very industrial visual impacts to the area. Finally, on feasibility, the draft subsequent EIR states that alternative B, the Marburg-Murphan alternative D, which is the aerobic composting alternative, may be infeasible due to financial or other non-environmental considerations. For CEQA purposes, feasibility is looked at as technical or physical feasibility, not financial feasibility. It may political or financial feasibility are something that would need to be resolved by the policymakers at the Board of Supervisors and City Council. So staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission is to provide comments on the draft subsequent EIR. It hasn't been out for long. Staff's still reviewing it. So if you have questions for us, we would look into those things and follow up, or if you'd like us to focus on something in our review, we're happy to do that. From here, the next steps would be for staff to continue to review the EIR and prepare a letter to the county, including Planning Commission comments. The county would then respond to comments and prepare the final EIR. Project applications would be submitted, and the participants would consider entering into those waste service agreements. Any members of the public wishing to comment, they're encouraged to, again, provide the comments directly to the EIR preparer. There is an environmental hearing this evening. That's at 300 North San Antonio Road at the County Public Health Department Auditorium, and that's at 5 o'clock tonight. Alternatively, comments can be sent directly to the project manager, Jody Leipner. And here is her email address, phone number, and fax number. The comment period on the EIR ends on September 24th, and the website for the EIR is there as well. So that concludes my comments. We're joined by Mark Schleich. He's the Deputy Director of the county's Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division, and also Leslie Wells. She's the Solid Waste Program Manager. And Barbara Shelton, the City Environmentalist Analyst, is here also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gullett. I know the commission has some questions, so let me first ask Ms. Brooke if there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this item.
No, Madam Chair, I don't have any speakers.
Okay, so it's back to the commission for questions. Who would like to go first with questions? Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On table 5-46, where you do a comparison of the impacts of all the alternatives, on page 5-362, you can run down the list for the impacts on alternative B, the Marburg site, and there's like 5 class 1 impacts identified. On the last one, which is under the health risk category, it's identified as a class 1 impact, and in parentheses it's called acute. Can you elaborate on that nomenclature?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bartlett, the health risk is outside my area of expertise, but acute would be differentiated from chronic health risk. So it would be one-time exposure reaction versus an exposure over time to the air quality issues from that location.
Yeah, I didn't see a definition in there, so I wasn't sure how to read that. So maybe that could be clarified as this goes forward, at least list the categories, because there's some others that you occasionally list in parentheses. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Gullett or Mr. Forer or our representatives from the county, or Ms. Shelton for that matter? Mr. Campanella?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at the proposed project, it's estimated that the life of the landfill, given its current approval, relative to acreage that could be filled, could be increased to 2036. Is that correct? At another 10 years from the expected time. Okay. If it is expanded out to 2036, the regulations, I guess, from the state is you have to have a 15-year, a minimum 15-year timeline for your landfill. So sometime before if I take 15 years off 2036, let's say 2021, So sometime before 2021, you have to start, you conceivably would have to be looking at another site and doing environmental work on that in order to because you've got a horizon coming up that you have to show you have a minimum of 15 years either on-site or by exporting, on-site expansion or by exporting. Is that correct?
Commissioner Caminella, that's correct.
So there would be another environmental review that would be done in some foreseeable number of years in the near future. You would have to start teeing up for an environmental report based on that.
That's correct.
Second question is on the new facilities that are proposed, that are not proposed, but in going through the process in Santa Maria and Simi Valley, is that correct? The new ones, it's the Simi Valley of Ventura, I forget. The new facilities in Simi Valley, that's...
The new facilities in Santa Maria. It's the Los
And is there a new one also in Simi Valley?
It's not new. It's just one of the alternatives that's looked at.
And they have a lot of capacity there, as I understand it, as well.
They have some. I don't know if I would characterize it as a lot, but they have some.
Okay. On any of the planned ones or existing ones, is anyone trying to come up with a similar type process for what we're trying to do as far as extraction of waste in order to turn it into compost? Because right now it seems it's business as usual for these other sites. Given what the state is requesting that we do, are we the only one that's doing it in the Central Coast?
To my knowledge, we're the only ones that have reached this level of forward progress. I think all jurisdictions are looking at how they would eventually comply with a 75% diversion mandate if the state's goal becomes regulation. But to my knowledge, we are the only region, or we're the only jurisdictions in this region that have gone this far. The only other jurisdictions that have gone on a similar path is the city of San Jose, where their MRF is already up and running. Their anaerobic digester is in operation and has just begun a few months ago. And the only other anaerobic digesters that I'm aware of in this area to this scale are in Orange County and Lake Paris area.
So let's say if we get to our horizon, let's say, which would be determining that you still have 15 years to be using the site as a landfill. Hopefully, if this diversion, the two facilities are working, then your needs are going to be primarily for residue as far as putting it in the ground, right? So there could be some longer-term benefit besides just the 2036, I would presume, if you can be real efficient and just, and then your EIR might also be less involved, let's say, if you're successful in these conversion programs. Is that a goal?
That's correct. And the only other thing I would add to that is, and this is a financial term, but under the RFP, it was always assumed that the vendor at the end of the 20-year period would actually transfer this entire campus to the public jurisdictions that are using it, and secondarily would maintain it to a level that it is still very much operational. So we're not looking that the facilities themselves would be exhausted and finished at the end of the 20 years. We would be looking to use those even beyond this initial 20-year contract term.
So a situation that may occur is you might make a determination between expansion of the residue or off-hauling it somewhere else, because that might just be a smaller percentage of your operations. You can make that evaluation within the next 10 years, let's say, based upon the success of your program.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. There was a comment on the feasibility of the current Santa Maria facility for composting, where there was a question from the city of Santa Maria whether there was a demand for that level of composting as contained here as a possible negative, in addition to the 12-year revolving term on that site. Do we hopefully know that there's a demand for the compost that's going to be created here if there's a concern in Santa Maria about using that in a heavy agricultural community?
Well, I would answer that this way. Whatever marketing concerns there might be with the digestate that comes out of the anaerobic digester are going to be equal to the digestate that comes out of the aerobically composted material. So they're both faced with the same marketing challenge. They'll both produce a compostable material, and then it will be up to either location, whether it's the aerobic composter Engel & Gray or whether it's the anaerobic digester, to do whatever back-end processing is required to remove plastic and glass and other contaminants, and then put it on, and then apply it to various uses, whether those are agricultural grade or grazing land. We're fairly optimistic with what we've seen at other facilities that material can move and actually can have some monetary value associated with it. Certainly the clean organics, those which we are collecting from restaurants now, those will be made into agricultural grade material like we do now and put directly on fields. So I don't believe that there's any additional feasibility risk between the Engel & Gray aerobic composting alternative and the anaerobic digester. And we do know that the markets are in North County. So the feedstocks that are transported up to Santa Maria are likely going to stay in that region as product. The feedstocks that are digested at the anaerobic digester will be going north as well. They both have the same destination. It's just the one facility for processing is located in Santa Maria. So that's how I would answer that.
I would guess a competitive advantage, let's say, that you might have is that you're able to, because of the anaerobic process, you're able not only without odors, but you're also able to produce it quicker in real time if needed, if you have a demand out there because of your process. Less area and faster digestion, is that correct?
It's certainly a smaller area, and then I believe there is a faster turnaround on the product. The other issue with the other benefit of the anaerobic digester is it's fully encapsulated and airtight. So if you looked at the air quality analysis, you see a difference there. It's incremental, but it's still, that's sort of the gold standard, that you'd have to meet, or that the gold standard that you achieve through having an airtight facility, coupled with the green energy that's produced. We can produce green energy with the anaerobic digester that we could not produce with the aerobic composting alternative.
And then there's a comment made about better quality. Is that better quality composting compared to, let's say, the mulch that's being created now, or is it because of the process better quality compared to the competition?
I'm not aware of any quality differences between aerobic and anaerobic. I think it's going to that will all come down to the amount of, it'll depend on the quality of the feedstock going in. So in both cases, the separated food's going to be higher quality than the organics taken out of the trash. And then it'll be a function of how much back-end cleanup and screening either vendor does to take the plastics and glass and other things out of it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bartlett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the staff report on page 2, where you talk about the anaerobic digestion facility, there's two products. The first one is the biogas, and that you're using to generate the renewable power. So my question to you is, when you go back into the environmental document, section 4.4.1.4, where it talks about the landfill gas, which is existing in the current buried waste at Tahigas, is there any attempt, since obviously there's pipes and everything that have been run through that because it goes to a flare or burn-off facility, and it is also powering an engine that burns off that methane. Is there any attempt to recapture that methane gas and utilize it in your biogas facility to generate electricity?
Commissioner Bartlett, the way that the project is written, there's no interconnection between the landfill gas capturing system at the landfill and the anaerobic digester.
So we're still going to have the burn off and night glow and pollution that's associated with the current buried trash then going on?
I don't believe there's any contemplated change to that landfill system.
They're two separate. What's existing remains. New is totally isolated unto itself.
And the quality of the two gases produced would be would be vastly different. The biogas coming out of the anaerobic digester is a different species than the landfill gas produced by the diffuse landfill.
Great, thank you.
I have a few questions, but I just want to pause and say I've seen some additional members of the public come in. If you are here for the Ellen Conto item, we are going to take a brief recess between this item and the next to allow staff and the applicant to set up. So if you'd like to go out and briefly stretch your legs and whatnot, we don't want to keep you here, and we thank you for your patience. Okay, so to my questions regarding this project before us, the first is from the staff report. On page 4, towards the bottom under the alternative B, the first sentence says the only alternative studied in detail within the city of Santa Barbara is alternative B, and then that sentence goes on. So I'm wondering, was there another alternative actually studied within the city of Santa Barbara that we don't have before us? Because this in detail phrase sort of threw me and prompted me to wonder.
Madam Chair, so the again, the only of the 7 alternatives within the city of Santa Barbara is the Marburg site. There is a list of alternatives that aren't reviewed in detail. They were considered but rejected.
Okay,
And
outside of the 7, got it.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go to the EIR itself. I'm going to start with traffic circulation. So page 5-21, it mentions that there are 116 round trips that will, on a daily basis, be required. This is under the MSW sorting processes, material types, and volumes section. So I'm wondering if there's a map with these trips routed, and if not, my comment to you, then I'll convert it to a comment, which is, please ensure that the city looks at this very closely in terms of the number of round trips and their impacts, since this was identified as one of the impacts, regarding traffic circulation. And I'm just going to go straight through all my questions, and if you want to convert them to comments, I don't, want to belabor them and come back and make them comments. So if you would, please. Okay, page 5-22, this transfer tunnel. Could you explain where and how the tunnel works for overnight waste storage? Page 5-22. Is it a real tunnel? Is it a tunnel under our city somewhere? And
Commissioner Schwartz, it's a tunnel under the facility. Mm-hmm. So the way that these typical transfer stations work is that the material comes in smaller trucks. So the purpose of a transfer station is to consolidate neighborhood trucks into the big long haul trucks that go elsewhere. So the smaller packer trucks come into the facility, dump their material on a tipping floor. It's sorted. Underneath that facility, so the tipping happens up here. Underneath that facility is a tunnel where the big transfer trucks drive under, and they're the what do you call it? The trailer opens from the top, mm-hmm. and there are these trap doors that open, and so the material is pushed from the upper level directly into the transfer truck, and they're loaded that way.
This will be a new tunnel that will have to be dug, that would have to be dug under this property.
Part of the design, yeah.
Then we get into other environmental impacts associated with digging a tunnel under this location in the city, right? Okay, so you can convert that to a comment in terms of needing to be studied, if you would, please.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think
yes.
that it refers to this portion of the Marburg building. So mm-hmm. this is where the transfer trucks actually enter the building mm-hmm. And receive the transfer material and then exit.
Okay. All right. I'll keep going. Page 5-22, this is regarding employee transportation. Here I see on this page there's a reference to 100 round trips daily for employees to be transported, and that's a lot of traffic circulation to address. So do you have anything for me there, or do you want to, again, just make note that I'd like staff to look into that very carefully in terms of that being one of our impacts Is that identified? I can't remember. I don't want to flip back and forth. Class 1 or Class 2?
Madam Chair, there's a Class 1 impact identified for cumulative traffic impacts at the southbound 101 on-ramp.
At Garden?
At Garden.
Okay.
We do have transportation planning staff reviewing the traffic analysis.
Okay, I'll keep the Class 1, Class 2 information handy here. On the next page, 5-25, again, we sort of have a different discussion of employee transportation and traffic. So for 24 hours a day, 6 days a week, inside and outside the facility, there are employee transportation activities. Is that going to be part of your larger cumulative traffic impact study, or, staffs or transportation staff? On page 5-25.
Madam Chair, it is part of their traffic analysis,
Okay.
and while the operation is 24 hours, there aren't trips arriving all night long. There are workers and shifts all night long, so we are reviewing the times and quantities and traffic patterns that are expected.
So you're saying that some of the operations inside the facility that would occur 24 hours a day, 6 days a week, don't require employees or human resources to be going in and out of the building? Is that what you're suggesting? I'm just
That's
picking
correct.
up from
Yeah,
the
at
language
certain
here.
times. That's correct.
Okay, so you can convert that again, because I'd like staff to look very carefully at that. Okay, page 5-26, this is on neighborhood parking. So what is the on-street neighborhood parking situation now there vis-a-vis the projected impact from this alternative B being considered? And if you don't have that analysis, I would ask that analysis be done. Okay? Again, I'm kind of going through these quickly because we have such a significant afternoon ahead of us, and I know that you'll be taking notes and following up. So on page 5-27, exterior lighting. Is there any information now in the EIR pertaining to the lighting being oriented downward or sufficiently diffused to avoid light pollution in the immediate area? This is under the category exterior lighting on page 5-27.
Madam Chair, the EIR does address the city's lighting standards,
Okay.
and does contemplate that.
Okay, very good. We got that covered. 5-28. This is on odors and dust. I'd like to see more details, and you can tell me if this is already in the EIR just because we have such massive documents to go through for today. More details regarding the inside containment, especially of odor versus the leakage of these odors to the exterior of the building and on that block in that neighborhood. I think that's, again, that was one of the impacts that's listed here for us to consider. (5-49). I'm just going to make this a comment with the permission of my colleagues. So the different owners and the operation entities, there's a statement in here that with multiple owners and operators, there's a coordination challenge or significant coordination difficulties. And so I would just like that to be highlighted in terms of which alternative should be considered. Again, that's on page 5-49. Then on page, I think lastly on page 5-50, there are two items I want to bring up. This diversion goal of 60%, I thought there was a state goal, a state requirement for higher than 60%, but it mentions 60% in the first paragraph on this page, 5-50. Could you refresh my memory? What's the state, what's our state goal?
The state mandate now is 50% for the jurisdiction as a whole. And that's based on the state's diversion formula that they use.
Okay.
The 60% that's discussed here is the diversion threshold for this facility. So this is one of the arrows in the jurisdiction's quiver to maintain compliance with the state's current 50% mandate,
Okay.
probably a 75% mandate sometime in the future.
Okay, thank you. My last question also on this page has to do with project objectives. I guess I would like to hear from staff, what would be your opinion about seriously considering alternative B when on this page it states that the project cannot meet most of the objectives? Alternative B as a project cannot meet most of the objectives. So why would the city even entertain alternative B if it can't meet most of the project objectives?
Madam Chair, the objectives that are laid out for the project are started as objectives in the RFP and have evolved a bit through the notice of preparation and the document here. The main issues regarding feasibility have to do with Marburg's withdrawal of their financial proposal to construct and operate the site. And so the EIR concludes, for example, that since Marburg withdrew its proposal, this site is deemed infeasible. Could be. I mean, I think staff is looking forward to a letter that Marburg may write that may clarify its intentions more. And so we know that Marburg and Mustang developed a business relationship for the unincorporated sites. Who knows what would happen here? I don't know. But we're really looking forward to Marburg with that one.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. So let's see, Mr. Jordan, more questions, or are you going to jump right into comments?
Well, I really have no comments. I think you've done a good job. I really just have a couple questions basically on where you might be going. And I don't know when the right time to do that was. And it was sort of along the line of Chair Swartz's question. So in the chatter that must have gone on in the background between all the parties involved, does Marburg, as our cities or our areas handling expert, do they have another site other than the one that's been identified in here that they could consider? So that's one question. And then two, have there been any conversations on joint, since we have such a vested interest in this, have there been any conversations with somebody like Marburg or the vendor on use of city land as a way to make this more feasible, to where a private operator would be functioning on city property, just off the top of my head, out by the airport, rather than a site that's already been identified with 4 or 5 Class 1 impacts? So just be my kind of general questions on where this is headed potentially.
I'll start, and Matt may want to jump in. So one of the alternative locations that the county considered in this EIR or within the city was the Marburg David Love Place Recycling Center out by the airport. So that was considered but rejected. Also, the Garden Street parking lot in the city that's owned by the county was looked at too. The other ones were Earl Warren Showgrounds.
So I ran the drive-in was another one.
Right.
I assume that must be owned by the county. Surprise, right? But are there specific other spots that Marburg owns land, or specific other spots that the city owns the land and could be in a relationship with a private vendor that the city's letting a vendor use the land to help drive down? I mean, any drive down in costs, in burden costs, is a benefit to the ratepayers eventually. So I'm really just more kind of probing for what kind of chatter has taken place in the background on that type, or if anybody's tried to even go down that direction.
Commissioner Jordan, the only site in the city that was contemplated and studied was the Marburg site. Really, that was because when Marburg was invited to submit a proposal for evaluation, that's the property they came forward with. That was their preference, and that's the property they felt they could make this work on. So that's why we went that way.
Okay. So I guess, the only comments I really have absolutely nothing to do with the scoping issue, and that would obviously be one comment that maybe there is potential for city-owned land to play a role in the development of this project and some type of collaborative arrangement. And that if for some reason option B does look like it's going to happen, my personal feeling there is it's got a bunch of baggage on it in terms of Class 1 impacts. And if they want to go down that road to an eventual CDP, I would suggest a concept review might be appropriate to come talk about the issues earlier rather than later. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The slide that you have on the screen leads me to ask the question, how are you dealing, or how is it proposed to deal with the flood zone? I mean, this whole site is sitting flush with the street with direct access. Well, it's the last thing you're going to want as flood waters washing through this facility. Are you proposing to raise the site, floodgate the site? What? I don't even see that as a category in your analysis, so that's why I ask.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bartlett, the site would be raised to meet the base flood elevation in the building as well.
How do you get the trucks in? The driveways are so short; they're directly abutting the street.
Right.
And especially if you're putting in that new transfer tunnel that you're talking about.
Right. So the way circulation would work, incoming trucks would come in on Quarantina into this driveway, and this is a ramp up to the site, and then the site is raised. This is all the detail we have in the plans that were submitted. It is again an EIR alternative, so it's not at the level of detail that the project is. It does state that it is in a flood zone and would have to be elevated.
Okay, so that's the design intent if this site is pursued then. Okay, thank you.
Did you want to proceed with comments, Mr. Bartlett?
Sure. As I look at this site, it seems to be obviously the environmentally inferior site compared to alternative, what was it, C, I think, which was identified as the superior environmental alternative. This one seems to have an awful lot of Class 1 impacts, and what really isn't stated here is this really is also one of the kind of the gateway sites to Santa Barbara that you see from the elevated freeway coming into town, and it kind of proliferates the unattractive entrance we already have started and just carries it even further almost down to the waterfront, directly abutting the DoubleTree Hotel. And given all the environmental factors of the pollution and light and flood and traffic and all the other things, it just seems like one of the last sites that you'd want to pick if you had a choice. So I would be surprised to see it go here, but if it does, I think it's got a long road to hoe in terms of all the impacts associated with it. So I hope that the alternative C would take preference over this. I mean, that's already a site that is used for this type purpose and I think would serve the community better, and it's also partially en route to Higas, so it cuts down on the traffic trips, and this is probably the worst place to add traffic. Those intersections are already at their threshold, so I think there's a lot of problems associated with this alternative B, so I hopefully, you can flush all those out in this environmental document, and that will lead to, hopefully choosing other sites. Thank you.
Ms. Peugeot?
Thank you. I have comments. First, I think it's worth recalling and repeating something that's come up before on other projects where the city is a responsible agency. So, and I'm looking for a correction if this is not right. But my understanding is, if a CDP and development plan was before us, or even if it goes to City Council for a participation agreement, CEQA findings would need to be made, and this is our opportunity during this review period to weigh in on the adequacy and appropriateness of the document. If not, then we are subject to using what is published in the end as the final SEIR. And in that case, in the prior case where we do make comment, what I'm not clear about is the responsibility for any further environmental review if we do make comment and they're not responded to or incorporated into the final document, what is the city's responsibility in bearing the burden for any additional environmental review as a CDP comes through or even as the agreement goes forward?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, CEQA lays out 3 alternatives for responsible agencies and how to respond to the adequacy of an environmental document prepared by a lead agency. At this stage, you can make your comments. Those comments would need to be addressed by the lead agency and responded to in their final EIR. If the city, as a responsible agency and needing to use the final EIR for purposes of either agreeing to participate in the program, into the project, or as a regulatory body should alternative B be selected as the site for the MRF, then the city as the responsible agency is left with these 3 alternatives. One is to use the lead agency's final EIR and accept its adequacy. It would be also the city as a responsible agency could challenge the adequacy of the document in court and seek a court mandate for the lead agency to alter the final EIR. Or the city as a responsible agency could prepare additional environmental review at its own cost and in its own preparation.
Thank you, and that's the last part I was interested in. So even if the project proponent is the county submitting a coastal development permit and development plan, the burden of the cost of any additional work would fall on the city, not on the county?
The city's typical practice is for an applicant to prepare an environmental review or environmental impact report. However, I don't know if the environmental review, if the additional environmental review that you're anticipating would actually amount to another environmental impact report, or if it would simply be a supplement to the county's current or anticipated final EIR.
And the burden for that, the financial burden for that supplemental work or addendum or whatever it is, would be, the cost would be bared by the applicant or by the city?
I don't know.
The reason I bring it up is because that's one of my comments in that there may potentially be additional cost in that case, and that helps me weigh in on the importance of the level of our comments actually today. As staff has indicated, even though I think the document has done a very good job in outlining what they know right now about the potential impacts for the alternative, the Marburg alternative, if a project actually came in, it might be looking and acting a little bit differently and require additional work. And in that case, is it the city's cost or the county's cost?
Madam Chair, I think that your last point is a good one, that, this is an alternative site. And so while I think the county's done a very detailed job on these site alternatives, and that we would be able to use quite a bit of the analysis should it come to permitting that site, there is the likelihood as well that there could be changes in design or things that come up at that point where you would need to augment the analysis that was done before, which my understanding is that we would still be doing that the same way as we do other projects that we have a CDP application for, and we would, the applicant would need to support our work for augmenting the document so that we have adequate analysis. But again, I think that if they went with this site and if they went with a similar design, that a lot of the work would be done. But I think your point is how important is it to make the comments now. I think it is important that we identify anything in the document that we think is not accurate or should be better explained. I think those are comments that are helpful for both the county and the city in terms of the defensibility of the document and the clarity of the document and the use of the document.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful and kind of sets the stage because I think, first of all, the project overall, I think, is an exciting opportunity for the entire South Coast region. But looking specifically at the document itself and the alternative that affects or potentially affects the city the most on the Marburg project, my comments, the big comment I have is this overall on the document and on this alternative is similar to Commissioner Bartlett. I also agree that this alternative B is the inferior alternative. I also go perhaps a step deeper into that because I would like to point to the alternative section of the discussion of alternatives in CEQA, and it's actually paraphrased on page 5.4 of the draft document. And if you could just bear with me, I'm just going to read the first sentence or so of that. Section 15126.6C of the state CEQA guidelines states that the factors that may be used to eliminate alternatives from detailed consideration in an EIR are 1, failure to meet most of the basic project objectives, 2, infeasibility, or 3, inability to avoid significant environmental impacts. And then it goes on, and actually that paragraph finishes with another important subpoint as well. But focusing on those items, particularly starting with number 3, is really where my comments go. And number 3 again says inability to avoid significant environmental impacts. The analysis of impacts for the alternative site, and I think the chart in the EIR is very helpful. As you go through all the list of impacts, I see page after page of this alternative B having increased impacts over the project. And that is very telling. And we've pointed out some of them. Staff has pointed out visual and cumulative traffic, all very important, some of which don't even exist as impact areas in the project itself. But that criteria alone, to me, would justify making the comment that this alternative should be eliminated as a viable alternative in the document. I don't think that once it was studied, I mean, the circumstances have changed, but once the draft was studied and in progress, it became more and more clear, no doubt, to the writers of the document that there were several impacts to the downtown site. And perhaps if that had been known early on, maybe it would have been dismissed from the start as infeasible. But now that we have the information, I don't believe it meets the test that it avoids one or more significant impacts over the project, and the document bears that out. Secondly, of those 3 items, the infeasibility, that same CEQA section goes on to define what feasible means and includes economic, environmental, legal, social, and technological factors. So to a lesser but also valid point as well, because Marburg is no longer offering to go into contract or submit a proposal for use of that site, I think argument can also be made that it doesn't meet that criteria either, at least to a reasonably foreseeable extent at this point. So at least 2 of the 3 items that CEQA says you look at to determine if you should eliminate an alternative speak to elimination of this alternative in the document. So that's my main comment. I don't believe that it meets the criteria for inclusion of a feasible alternative and that it should be eliminated for those reasons. That's my main comment. And I have a secondary comment on another matter just overall in the document, which again I believe overall is very thorough and well written. But I question something on at least what I saw in the discussion of the Class 3 impacts overall in the document. I was surprised to see that the Class 3 impacts for the project, the alternative, and whatnot, don't carry recommended mitigation measures with them, because there are a few that could come to mind for me, such in the area of lighting, even though it's a Class 3 impact for the project, where there could be this category of recommended, they're not required, but they're recommended mitigation measures that could help assist in a design when a final design finally comes through. So I don't know if that's something staff looked at or not, but I would appreciate it if staff could look at the Class 3 impacts for the project and potentially apply maybe some standard mitigations as suggestions from the city's review of it that could potentially help in such areas like lighting and whatnot. So, those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Peugeot. Ms. Lodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the face of it, Alternative B has no Class 1 impacts. I'm sorry, Alternative C has no Class 1 impacts, while Alternative B has 5. It just seems, I agree with all the comments that have been made by Commissioner Bartlett and Commissioner Peugeot. It simply should not be something that is pursued further. I know this project is needed, but something that I haven't heard anything about is efforts to reduce the amount of inflow and the amount of trash that's generated. And I think part of it, at the last discussion of this item was said that only 40% is recycled residential trash. Is that correct? But in this document, it says together these communities, referring to all of the ones that are involved, recycle more than 70% of the waste they generate. There was something said about the state has a way of figuring that we get from 40 to 70, but perhaps you could comment on that again.
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Lodge. We're speaking of 2 different metrics. One is the state, the diversion rate that the city achieves pursuant to the state's sort of black box diversion formula. Our current state endorsed diversion rate is about 72%. What we said in the last meeting was that of the material that Marburg picks up at the curbside and in its containers for which it's contracted, we have a diversion rate at the curbside of throughout all sectors combined of 40%. That's the one we can measure. That's the one we pay a lot of attention to because we can see movement. The state's formula we have a very difficult time understanding, replicating. It's based on a number of financial indicators and economic activity and population growth. I think it gives a measure of how we're doing, but it's certainly not as clear as our curbside diversion rate, if that helps clarify that.
Okay, well, the reason I'm bringing this up, this morning I looked at what it says on the lid of my recycle bin. No plastic bags are to go in there. There was some other items that, no waxed containers. But in a recent conversation with Marburg, they said, milk cartons can go in there. All plastics can go in there. Plastic wrap, plastic baggies. And I think I keep a pretty good eye on what's happening and so on, but I think the city needs to put more effort into educating the public on this subject. I can't remember seeing anything on it in recent times. And so, maybe to start tackling the front end, where the stuff is coming from, might be helpful as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lodge. Other comments before I conclude? Yes, Mr. Thompson.
I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been stated. I think Commissioner Peugeot hit the key point, and that is with the identified impacts and comparing the alternatives. Alternative B should be eliminated, and we shouldn't be spending any more time on alternatives that we have already identified the impacts to be greater than the project. So I don't know how we proceed now that it's part of the EIR. It's going to be in the EIR, but I think I just would like to go on record to say that it should be an alternative that was studied and eliminated.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any other comments before I comment? Okay. Given that this commission would be approving a coastal development permit and that a development plan would be required, and should I be still serving on this commission if alternative B were to come back, I would be very hard-pressed to support the approval of a coastal development permit on this particular alternative with 4 Class 1 impacts and 11 Class 2 impacts that, at least according to the documentation we have today, I don't see as sufficiently mitigated. So if it were in total here today before us, I could not support it. And I'll leave it to staff and the rest of my colleagues to determine if it should be eliminated completely. But given that I couldn't support it, I don't know what the value is in continuing to include it in the 7. Now, it's currently 7 list of options. That includes the no project alternative. And I certainly, if it does come back as an alternative, I think staff is going to have a significant task or set of tasks before it or before you in attempting to mitigate all of these impacts that you've already heard from the various commissioners about and that you yourself, I know, have identified the documentation. So with that, I know no action is required today, but I think that concludes our comments. Mr. Campanella, any further thoughts? Looks like you would like to.
Yeah, you brought something to mind, Madam Chair. Thank you. I think for comparative purposes, I think alternative in B and C, without looking at the environmental impact, procedurally are the same type projects. You're going to segregate the facilities by putting one down here for the sorting, and then up north, then you would still have to have the digestives cured up in that spot. So you've got a project to compare to in Project C without needing B. And even though C doesn't have all the environmental concerns, it's still being overruled because it's the best alternate project, but it's still not better than the proposed project. So in line with what the fellow commissioners feel, I don't think B is needed. If you're trying to make a comparison of one project versus the project versus the alternatives. Second comment, I was happy to see, well, I was not happy to see the percentage of construction waste that winds up just being dumped in the landfill. That's pretty significant. And I know on new projects, we have a lot of recycling that we have to do. So it appears that there's, let's say, redo projects or projects where people are doing their own work, where they put a dumpster out, everything goes in without being segregated. I'm hopeful with your new facility that you're able to segregate those materials out, because that looks like it's a very big composition of the landfill that could be solved and saved through your operations up at the landfill.
Thank you. And I would just conclude with a wrap-up comment that where we have in our staff report that alternative C is the environmentally superior alternative of the 7 that have been studied and before us today, unless there would be overriding values, significant values and on the one side, value for the city to consider alternative B, and on the other side of the ledger, remarkable mitigations that are absolutely attainable. I don't know how B should even be contemplated going forward, given that sum total of information. So with that, does staff feel that you have sufficient feedback from the commission today on this? Yes? Thank you so much for your reports and for being here today, and we'll stay tuned on this. Okay, so with that, we are going to take a 15-minute break, which brings us back right at about 10 after 3, and that will allow us to change out staff and the applicant. Now, before everybody leaves, I just want to give Commissioners Lodge and Thompson an opportunity to state that they're going to be stepping down and if they'd like to make any statements regarding their recusals. Ms. Lodge?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As a member of the Riviera Association Board, I have voted on this issue, and on the advice of the City Attorney, I am therefore stepping down.
Thank you, Ms. Lodge. We will miss you. And Mr. Thompson?
I also am a member of the Riviera Association Board of Directors, and since the association has taken a position on this issue, I'll recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. We'll miss both of your participations, but appreciate the decisions there. Thank you. We'll be back in 15. We're going to go on to our next and final significant item. If you have not filled out a speaker slip and you would like to speak on this item, please pick up a slip at the back of the room and bring it up to Ms. Brooke. Our next item is a discussion item. It's application of Trish Allen, Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting Services, agent for Belmond El Canto Orient Express Hotels at 800 Alvarado Place. Ms. Kennedy, will you be providing the staff report today?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a discussion item regarding the El Encanto Hotel. It's a substantial conformance determination discussion. And for the hearing today, it is discussion only. Staff is requesting input from the Planning Commission and the public. However, no approval or no action will be taken today. Just like to go over the substantial conformance determination process briefly. After an approval by the Planning Commission, the applicant may request some changes to the project. To do this, a request is made to staff for a substantial conformance determination, which is the determination that the changes are in substantial conformance with the approval by the Planning Commission. There are 4 SCD levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, with the 1 being very minor changes and no notification is made to the Planning Commission. It's usually done during perhaps plan check. And then if there are other minor changes, often it's a letter to the applicant approving the SCD and a copy is sent to the Planning Commission. If the changes are a little bit more substantial, we bring the discussion to the Planning Commission during a lunch meeting to get input from the Planning Commissioners. And then in the case of this project, there's a discussion of the changes with the Planning Commission at a public hearing. Here's a little bit of the hotel background in brief. There was a master plan approved in 2004. At that time, there were 9 new rooms proposed for a total of 97. The hotel was then closed for renovations in September of 2006. The applicant came back for a revised master plan, which was approved in 2009. At that time, there were no new rooms, and there were 100 parking spaces proposed and required. The hotel reopened in March of 2013. Here is the final site plan of what it looks like today. I'll point out that there are 2 underground parking garages. In the northwest corner here, there's an underground garage, and up in the northeast corner, what's called Mission Village, there's an underground garage there too, and there are also additional parking spaces at the front of the main building. There are a total of, like I said, 100 approved parking spaces. In 2004, there's a condition of approval that stated, employee parking. Employees shall be required to park their vehicles on site. This was added during the hearing by the Planning Commission to address concerns about the potential impacts associated with employees parking on neighborhood streets. So the hotel reopens in March of 2013. It's determined that there are not enough parking spaces on site for all employees. The hotel was in discussions with the city on alternatives. They initiated a rideshare program using or giving bus passes to employees, incentives for riding bicycles and carpooling and such. They also purchased some passes to the Carrillo commuter lot. Turned out, though, that did not work very well. It was too far from the hotel, and that was abandoned. But that was right in the beginning, in March, around the time of the opening, that this was studied and looked into. They purchased the passes, and like I said, it did not work. Also, during the opening or reopening, many complaints were received by myself. Many emails, letters, photos were sent to the city. Lots of complaints about employees parking in the surrounding streets. Because of that, we had many conversations and many meetings between city staff, hotel representatives, and neighbors. The hotel, at that point, entered into an agreement with the First Presbyterian Church on Constant Avenue to use their parking lot. So that's been in effect for quite a while now. So I just want to show you the route and the location of the off-site lot. So it's over here on East Constance Avenue on State. Parking lot here. There are up to 40 spaces available to the hotel. And there's a shuttle that goes back and forth between the church, along Garden, up Los Olivos, APS, over to the hotel. So this shuttle works throughout the day to help employees get back and forth to their vehicles at the church. I'd like to go over some of the communications we've had because we have been working on this since the reopening. Many complaints have been received, as you know. City staff has requested additional information from the hotel. We've requested more information about how the employee vehicles are being monitored and enforcement activities and such. We did receive a letter in June and then another letter in November of last year outlining, or a letter from the hotel outlining their parking program. We wanted additional information, especially in regard to monitoring and enforcement, and we had requested that a number of times and have not received the adequate response. In May of this year, we sent a formal letter to the hotel. We requested that they submit an SCD request and pay the fee. We also required them to submit a comprehensive employee parking management plan. And we outlined all the components in the letter. And this was our requirement for the SCD. We gave them a 30-day deadline for compliance with that. And we stated that we would be having an SCD hearing soon. The applicant did submit a parking plan. However, it was not complete. It did not include all the components that we had requested. The staff report does include the list that I provided to the hotel that we came up with that would be very comprehensive and cover all aspects of an efficient parking management plan. I'd like to go over a few of these, but not read everything directly, but is in the staff report. There are 5 components: documentation, education, monitoring, enforcement, and reporting. So with documentation, we are requiring the hotel to maintain a list of all employees' typical transportation modes, maintain a list of their vehicles so that they can be easily identified, be able to identify who drives to work, and also to have stickers permanently affixed to the vehicle. It's my understanding that this happened recently. We've been talking to them about that for quite some time, but just recently, within the last month, that permanent sticker program has been implemented. Maintaining a list of employees and vehicles that are allowed to park on-site and a list of those that are allowed to park at the off-site location, and to also provide a copy of the parking agreement between the hotel and the church. So we have received all those things I mentioned. We did also request that alternative locations be looked at and that we would like to know what their backup plan is as far as if they're not able to utilize the church lot, and we have not been provided with that. Another important component is education. When new employees are hired, that they need to be told what the rules are. Number one, that there's no parking on neighborhood streets, and what the policy is if that is not complied with. And we have received some materials about their rideshare program and carpool programs and such, which is great, but we have not received anything about enforcement, or at least not to the detail that we would like. The next section is in monitoring. We're requiring that the streets be patrolled throughout the day at different times using a certain, we've requested that they provide a map to us. We want to know where they're patrolling, what streets. We haven't been provided with that map yet, although I believe the applicant is going to be talking about that today. Other things about monitoring, we would like to see security personnel monitoring property entrances so they can tell where the employee is coming from, if they're coming up from the park or the bus stop. And also to monitor whether these vehicles have their stickers put on the car. In regard to enforcement, we would like to know the procedures for noncompliance, and that has not been provided to us yet. And in regard to reporting, we would like to see monthly reports from the hotel to see what they've been doing, how the monitoring is working, and if it's not working, what they're doing about it, and to let us know what enforcement actions have taken place. That's an overall review of the plan that we're looking for. Like I said, it's been submitted, but it's not yet complete to our satisfaction. I have done some monitoring myself recently, and I just wanted to share what I have seen more recently. In the past, there were many, many cars along Mission Ridge Road. First of all, I think we all know, here's the hotel. The entrance is on Alvarado Road, the main entrance to the main building. There's also another entrance along Mission Ridge Road to the other underground garage. And this, I believe, is the employee entrance as well. So I have made many site visits, especially over the weekends, Saturday and Sunday morning, when I understood that that was really a difficult time for the neighbors. Recently, in the last month, I've noticed that there's really, as far as I can tell, no employee parking along Mission Ridge Road Saturday, Sunday morning. The same along La Suenne and San Carlos in this whole area. I went down to APS. This was an area that had been used by employees quite often, and it appears that there are plenty of available spaces for the neighbors currently. There are 3 spaces right here, and you really can't see them on this aerial too well, but I think you're all familiar with these spaces. These are supposed to be for people who want to walk down the steps and go to the park. These appear to be utilized by employees still, and that is an area that needs to be addressed. There have been a number of other questions and issues that have come up in the last day or two, so I wanted to cover those, and I'm sure there'll be more. Regarding existing no parking signs, there are a number of no parking signs in the area. Transportation staff did a walk around the area with some neighbors a while ago, and it was determined that there could be a few new parking signs that could go up. So they were installed. They just say no parking allowed in a couple of areas. And I'll go back to the aerial. I believe along here, some new no parking signs were put up. And there were also some red curbs that were painted because you can see lots of curves in the roads here, and that would make it more safe. There's also some no hotel parking signs that are up. Now these, I want to let you know that these are not city signs. They were not put in by the city. They are illegal. They were put in by a neighbor who lives here. Like I said, they're illegal. They've been allowed to be kept up until this problem gets resolved at some point in the near future. But those no hotel parking signs are not approved city signs. There have been questions about a residential parking program or permit being instituted here, and in talking with transportation staff, public works staff, that this area really isn't appropriate for a residential parking permit program or for timed parking signs to be installed, because this requires a lot of extra support and resources. It would require monitoring, a few times a day or however often they do that to make sure this is being enforced. So that's really not an option. There was a question about the Orpit Park fencing. In one of the letters to the city, there was mention of employees going through Orpit Park. Again, I'll go back to the aerial, walking through the park and disturbing some of the vegetation there. So this did have to be, a certain area had to be fenced off by the Parks Department to prevent more damage to the vegetation. There's a question about the fire access along the driveway. So, like I said, there are 100 parking spaces that were approved and provided on site. The applicant team has said that 121 parking spaces are actually available on site. They're able to park cars in different areas along the driveway, for instance, along the driveway to Mission Village. And they are able to provide the 20-foot wide fire access that's required there. I don't have that confirmation in writing from the fire department, which I will follow up with, but we did talk to the applicant, and our concern when they brought this up a while ago was that we need to maintain fire department access, and it appears that it is maintained there. Another issue was off-site parking agreement. Our zoning ordinance does allow for off-site parking agreements where the city is a party to it, and it was brought up whether this would be something that falls under that category, and I believe it does not. The application requires a certain number of parking spaces, and they meet their demand and of 100 and the zoning ordinance of 97 on site. So I don't feel like this particular ordinance applies, and we can talk more about that if that's an issue. The ordinance talks about the distance from the walking distance from the use, and this definitely, of course, is not within walking distance, so it really is a separate kind of off-site parking agreement or allowance. There was a request for possibly requiring a new parking demand study. We haven't done that. Again, the parking is provided that was required. Obviously, there are more parking spaces that are needed for employees, so the solution that we're moving towards is to have an off-site parking lot fulfill that. So we're not requiring a parking demand study at this time. In regard to CEQA, parking is no longer part of CEQA. That was a question that was brought to my attention. It hasn't been for a number of years now, 3 or 4. In regard to traffic, we did deal with traffic in the environmental document. At this point, I don't see any additional traffic impacts being part of this review. There is a concern that the off-site parking lot agreement does terminate in 2015 between the church and the hotel. It is up to the hotel to maintain enough parking, so it will be up to them to either extend that, and they may do it year by year. It's my understanding that the church is willing to offer those spaces beyond this time. I think they just have that agreement through a year's time, but we need to make sure that we have a copy of their agreements. And also part of their agreement does include letting the city know 30 days prior to any termination of the agreement. And again, it falls on the hotel to provide this parking that's required. So next steps. At this hearing today, it would be great to get confirmation that the off-site parking lot is a good solution for this. However, we know that the hotel must provide a comprehensive employee parking management plan to the city. That must be implemented as well. Enforcement by the hotel is a very crucial part of this. Then, one suggestion is that monthly reporting to the city for a period of 3 months showing compliance with this would be appropriate before a SCD approval is issued. We're suggesting that maybe monthly reporting to the city would continue for a year, and then at that point we could reevaluate the reporting requirement, whether it's working, if we need to do it more often, less often. We can talk about that at the time. Of course, if noncompliance continues, this could result in enforcement and fines by the city. So our recommendation is that the Planning Commission provide input on whether or not the proposed employee parking management plan, which includes the use of the off-site lot, is in substantial conformance with the intent of that condition of approval discussed previously. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And would you like to also introduce our other resource from city staff here today to answer transportation questions?
Yes, I would. Steve Foley from Transportation Planning is here to answer your questions.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Foley. So with that, we will turn it over to Ms. Allen.
Well, Madam Chair, usually
yes.
I forgot. Usually I state that we have received a number of letters. I think you've received copies already.
We did.
Approximately 17 or so letters from the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Trish Allen. I'm with Suzanne Elledge, Planning and Permitting Agent for the El Encanto, as I have been for just over 8 years. Thank you for scheduling this hearing, and thank you to staff for all the hard work. We have had many meetings to discuss implementation of this parking program. And actually, I'd like to turn it over to the hotel representative that I've been working with for pretty recently, just the last week and a half, to go over some more details about the parking program and to review some of the items that staff acknowledge and we acknowledge that have not been submitted to date, to continue this conversation today. Elizabeth Fajardo, the Director of Human Resources from the El Encanto, is here with me, and I'm here for any background questions that may arise in terms of the development history of the project.
Thank you. Ms. Fajardo, could you spell your last name for us so we get that correct for the record?
Yes, of course. Fajardo, Fajardo.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time today. As shared, I've been working together here with this team for the last week and a half. We have had some recent management changes, and I am now in the loop and up to speed with all of the components that make up the parking program. As the Director of Human Resources, my first task coming on board January of 2013 was to hire staff and secure a parking location for our staff. So I'd like to go through the program with you. Our team member lot, as indicated, is located at 21 East Constance Avenue. We're very fortunate to find partnership with church, the Presbyterian Church, and very grateful for that partnership as well. We've purchased a vehicle, a specific vehicle, to transport team members to and from the hotel. We've gone through a couple of leases at this point, but the commitment is there to have the vehicle in place. We've also hired dedicated staff where all they do is transport team members to and from the hotel. Our shuttle service is available 24/7, but the hours of operation where it's really running every 15 minutes is from the hours of 5 a.m. to about 9 p.m. After that point, we know that we have not the demand there for every 15 minutes, so it's on request, and we have a dedicated phone number as well to make sure that team members contact the shuttle for transportation needs. This is a picture of our parking lot location, and we have a designated area that we've agreed upon, and that is located right against the brick wall there. It wraps around all the way down to the left-hand side. There's another picture. This is a piece of communication that we share with our team members. Our parking has definitely been a challenge in making sure that team members that come on board truly understand the seriousness of adhering to our parking lot and procedures. So we are constantly providing updates and information, whether it's through paycheck stubs or email blasts. And this is just a sample of one of the pieces that we've provided to them. This is a little bit old. It's from June 2013, but we have many other samples. This one here shows the rideshare program and talks about the different alternative ways and methods to get to and from work. One of my roles as the HR director is to make sure that team members are properly communicated as to all the policies and procedures, one being the parking. We have applicants who come through to apply for a job at El Encanto, and it's through either email or it's coming in person. As soon as we make contact with that individual and we invite them for an interview, we do let them know and direct them to valet park, and we instruct them not to park in the neighborhood. So we make sure that we bring that to their attention from the start. During the new hire orientation is where we get deeper into the importance of parking, the methods of parking, our rideshare program, the location of our parking lot, and also consequences to not adhering to parking procedures. The gray piece is a sample of what we currently log and have logged since the start of the opening, and that is registration of parking vehicle. So we capture their name, their position, department. We try and capture their license plate, although we're not always successful. People don't usually remember what that is from memory, so we have to usually come back and hunt them down for that. We get the color and make of their vehicle, and we also capture how they get to and from work. The bottom part is a sample of our parking decal. We've gone through a few different versions of that. I know it was mentioned earlier that the decal was, I think, something that we probably should have started with some time ago. I was not aware of that, unfortunately, but we did go ahead and start with a visible yellow parking piece, and then we transitioned into a hanging tag. Then I understood that it was to change to this parking decal, so this is what we offer now. This is a sample snapshot taken for 8/21 of this year of our employee base and the different methods that they take to get to and from work. We are constantly promoting alternative methods, and we do get a very good response. So even since August, this has changed a bit. But currently, we have recorded from 8/21 that we have 153 team members that are parking at the church. I know it was mentioned earlier that we have 40 spots, but being a 24/7 operation, it's not been an issue that we don't have sufficient parking to accommodate the different shifts that take place throughout the day. On-site, our number today has increased of on-site parking, but in August we had 19 people parking on-site, and this is a reflection of the management team. We also have management team that parks off-site. Actually, they work remote from Los Angeles, so they're not going to be involved in the numbers. They will usually valet park. We promote carpooling, and the incentive that we provide for carpooling outside of gift cards and such is parking on site, which people really appreciate because it does take a little time to get to and from the parking site. We've promoted from the opening of the hotel the use of MTD. The use of MTD, we wish that it was a little bit more popular, but we do have our regular passengers that still are requesting those MTD passes today. So as of August, we had 17 members taking the MTD. Our folks who walk to work has increased also since this date, but we had recorded 2 at that time. And we also have many people at this point who are dropped off who would rather not walk or drive to work. And we also have some bike riders as well. This is a sample of our rideshare registration program, where again, we let them know of what the rules are to the ridership and carpooling, because we want to make sure that people are being honest about the methods of getting to work. We make sure that they have at least a minimum of 2 people in their vehicle to use the parking on site. And then to your right is a sample of the MTD bus pass that we provide to them. It holds a $52 value, unlimited ridership for the month. And then we require for them to return that back to Human Resources, and we offer them a new card for the next month. So we're able to monitor and control the MTD users. Parking enforcement. This is a piece that's new to me in the last week and a half. So I'm prepared to talk about that today. One of the pieces that we've talked with our security department is the importance of patrolling the neighborhood and patrolling the streets. And although they do patrol from time to time and on occasion, on a regular basis, what I'd like to see is proof of that in writing. And I know that reports have been discussed earlier on. We are prepared to comply with the requirements and provide monthly reports on the patrol of the surrounding area. So this is a sample of what the security officer would be utilizing when they patrol the area. It shows the time if they find a violator, the location where they found the violator, their license plate color, and so on, and the action that's going to be taken based on the number of times that they violated this policy. This would then be turned into Human Resources to me, where I would then proceed taking action with their manager. This is a sample of corrective action form. I'd like to say that we've not had any issues, but we have. It's been very challenging, especially with the turnover and making sure that people understand and adhere to the parking policies and procedures. So I had to create a template for managers to say this is what we need to address. We start with the verbal warning, written warning, final, and we move into a termination. At this point, we've not terminated someone for this, but I think moving forward, again, if we have regular updates on a daily basis, then we'll be able to better monitor and control any of the issues that are taking place today and that's been a cause of concern for our neighbors. This is a sample of what we provide our shuttle driver. I mentioned that we have dedicated shuttle drivers to transport people to and from work. We have them identify the passengers that are coming on board, and we actually ask the passengers to sign their name. So it's not the shuttle driver who's recording, it's the actual passenger who is signing their name. This part has also had some gaps. As far as consistency and seeing good record keeping as well. Moving forward, I'm prepared to audit that personally and make sure that it's truly reflecting the ridership. This is a map of what we are committed to patrol on a daily basis, multiple times a day, and that is in the orange. My understanding is that this area here has been the source of frustration and concern for our neighbors. So again, in efforts to make sure that we are being responsible, we're prepared to take action and again, make sure that we are patrolling this on a daily and regular basis with the record keeping that I shared with you a couple of slides ago. The next couple of slides show pictures of the improvement that's taken place. This is a picture of APS. And clearly you'll see some cars there, where before I understand that it used to be quite full. There has been improvement. However, I'm here today to share with you that we'd like to see and will enforce complete following of the procedures so that there really are no team members parking on the streets. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fajardo.
Thank you.
We have a number of speaker slips from members of the public, but for now, are there any sort of pressing questions that we might be helpful for staff, for us to have answered from staff, or the applicant before we go to the public, just to get them out of the way. Mr. Jordan? Again, we'll have plenty of time for all of the commissioners' questions, but
Thank
for
you,
now,
Madam
just
Chair. I just have a couple quick ones, and
Yes.
one would be just generally to staff why we're here in this situation today, trying to make a determination or trying to give input on an SCD when admittedly staff doesn't have information returned to it. Is that just because the request has been made and you got to bring it forward with what you have, or is there a reason we're being put in the position where you've got a list of things that haven't been returned for consideration, so we won't even be able to comment on those?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Jordan. So we've been working with the applicant or the hotel for quite some time since they opened. And we determined that we wanted to go to the Planning Commission hearing on SCD and at that time thought we would just present what we had and that everything's working great and we were ready to approve it. But we've been, like I said, requesting information and haven't received it. We thought this would be an impetus to having compliance, and I think it has worked in that regard. We just didn't want to keep having this time frame be stretched out on and on. So
Kinda
that's
like a
really why
carrot-
we wanted
carrot
to
and
do
a
it.
stick, right? Okay. And then, Mr. Vincent, I'm just, if the result out of this today is that staff eventually can't make a finding to grant an SCD, and there's no change in the current status, it's just a problem that continues. The reference I saw up there on the board was that there would be enforcement action and fines. Could you tell me how that would work?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, the project was approved with a condition of approval requiring the employees to park on site. If we move forward and a satisfactory solution is not developed out of this process, then we would be looking for compliance with that condition of approval. If that is not achieved and it's determined that violations continue, the typical method of enforcing the conditions of approval would be to file a mandate action with the Santa Barbara Superior Court and seeking a court injunction enforcing the condition of approval.
Those usually have to rise to a level of priority to happen, and is your feeling that that obviously the line was up there on the presentation? Is this situation going in that direction if this doesn't get resolved?
Well, certainly, but just by the fact that staff has convened this substantial conformance determination and is holding a hearing before the Planning Commission today is an indication that this matter is a priority of staff in our office, and we do expect compliance with the condition, whether it's through some alternative compliance methodology proposed by the applicant, or if it's a matter of simply complying with the condition of approval that says that the employees will park on site.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Campanella, pressing questions at this time?
Just one question, Madam Chair. Ms. Fajardo, if I can. You saw what staff put up on the slideshow relative to information that they were requesting and procedures.
Yes, sir.
Do you see any problem yourself in complying with what was on that list as far as your intent?
No, sir, I do not. Unfortunately, I was not involved in the past. Had I been, I think we wouldn't be here today. So my apologies that we have to be here today to discuss these items.
Okay, thank you.
My two pressing questions are probably to Mr. Vincent. The first comes out of the September 3rd letter from Mr. Gregory Parker. At the end of Mr. Parker's letter, he references that, he requests that the city attorney provide an opinion as to whether a substantial conformance determination is appropriate when the subject is the removal of an absolute project condition. I guess that takes us back to the 2004 approvals. Mr. Vincent, could you advise us on that?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, the condition of approval is absolute in the same way that we have conditions of approval that describe the approved scope of a project. You're familiar with your commission resolutions consistently and describe a project within, with a specificity down to a number of square feet down to 1 square foot level. I mean, often projects morph over time. I know that the Commission has observed projects coming back to them after they've been approved, and when there may be a redesign. I mean, this project itself came back for a revision of the master plan in 2009. So the condition is the substantial conformance determination does not remove the condition of approval. What I would describe this process would, if it is successful and if it proceeds to a point where a satisfactory solution is developed, it would not remove the condition of approval, but it would essentially establish an alternative compliance methodology for satisfying the condition of approval that was originally granted. If that's not successful, then we may have to go to an amendment of the condition itself, but that's the way I'm looking at the process that is presented to the Planning Commission today for your consideration and comment.
So may I, as a follow-on, Mr. Vince, I'm going to describe an analogy. You can tell me if you think it's an appropriate analogy. I'm thinking of Cottage Health System and the Cottage Hospital renovation, and initially they anticipated a certain number of helicopter trips that would be taking place there, and as we know, once that functionality opened, the number of trips were in addition to or an increase over the originally projected number. My experience of that, being on this commission and knowing what transpired in the community and with the City Council, is that there was an effort by Cottage Hospital to engage the community to, first of all, receive feedback, and then to attempt to provide some accommodations, some solutions, and work cooperatively with the neighborhood and the city to see how to, first of all, constrain the number of helicopter trips that were problematic, and then to just reduce the overall number of trips possible. But it didn't remove the original assumption, and there seemed to be an understanding that some conditions or some circumstances changed that triggered increased helicopter trips, and the way to appropriately address it was through this collaborative communication and resolution process. Would you see that as an analogy at all to what we're facing here with the El Encanto vis-a-vis the initial condition of parking all employees on site?
Madam Chair, I guess I would not see a direct analogy between those two things for the primary reason that the number of helicopter trips assumption that you reference was simply an assumption made for purposes of environmental review, and it was never a condition of approval.
I see.
What I would also say, though, is that the Cottage Hospital's response to the ultimate situation when a number of helicopter trips occurred in a relatively short period of time shortly after the hospital helicopter pad opened, that their response of collaboration with their neighbors is, I would hold that out as a model for how to approach situations such as this.
Okay. Then my other pressing question is just sort of out of the gate. In our staff report, under the introduction section, the last phrase in that paragraph states that no action on the part of the Planning Commission is required. So my question to you is, and if it's to you or staff, if the Commission were inclined to provide some sort of majority consensus direction, though, outside of just general discussion, is that acceptable in the context of what we're looking at today? Not required, but permissible?
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, the reason for holding this hearing is for the Commission to provide comment regarding the proposed substantial conformance determination that would be made by staff. And so the commission can shape the manner in which they provide that comment in any way you find fit.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. So a number of other lights came on. I'll go to Ms. Peugeot next. I'm sorry if I didn't see you in correct sequence here.
No, actually, I was going to save this question for later, but it's related to the questions that Commissioner Schwartz just asked. So back to the condition of approval, if I could get some clarification. Under this level 4 substantial conformity determination, an alternate method can be applied, but we can't actually change condition language without moving it up to an amendment or modification of the development plan. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I would really recommend that you focus on your attention on working on a solution rather than getting really caught up into the form of that solution. If you find that what the hotel proposes is a workable solution to addressing the problem of employees parking within the neighborhood, which is what that condition was intended to address, and you hear from the neighbors that they think that that's acceptable, and you're convinced that there are appropriate enforcement mechanisms both for the employees and as well as for the hotel, then there's a solution, as opposed to working on worrying about whether or not we're addressing the condition of approval that is found in the recorded conditions. If you have an alternative compliance that works, are we going to ignore that opportunity because of the format of this discussion?
Okay, understood. But the process, you can't actually change wording without going to an amendment or modification process, though. Is that correct? Or you can, in some cases, for clarification.
If the commission determines that the only way to solve this issue is to amend the conditions of approval, then that's the way you need to go.
And that would result in what process?
Staff would come back with a noticed meeting for an amendment to the conditions of approval. Okay. Essentially, what would happen is we would go away. There wouldn't be a substantial conformance determination. The hotel would be stuck with the conditions as written. They would either satisfy those conditions or not. And if they can't satisfy those conditions, then they would have to come back and request an amendment to the conditions.
I understand. Okay, and then one more. And I believe I asked this question, and Ms. Kennedy answered it for me on the site visit. But just to confirm and share it with the rest of the commission, it's my understanding that the church property on Constance do themselves have an SCD to allow for this portion of the lot to be parked on by the El Encanto. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Peugeot, yes. So the church applied for an SCD to allow parking for other people, to allow other entities to use their parking lot. So staff did grant approval already.
This request would not trigger of a domino effect on their site, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay,
We've kept these two separate.
Okay.
Mr. Bartlett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jordan. Well, I need to ask, because none of the commissioners here today were here in 2004 when the project was originally approved and this condition was put in place. So obviously the commission relied upon a staff-generated parking demand analysis saying that the parking is adequate, and they put this condition on that employees need to park on site. So if this applicant parks the employees on site, and in the absence of a valet parking ordinance, just as done all over town, can the valet parkers park the guests and visitors on the street, as is done throughout the city, and then be in compliance with the employees on site and the visitors and guests on the street, just as visitors and guests to any residential area can park on the street?
Madam Chair, I maybe can respond to that. Part of the project description was initially in 2004, and I think also in 2008 or 9, valet parking for guests was part of the project description. So that it was told to us and determined that valet parking for the guests and restaurant patrons would be in the on-site in the provided in the garages. So that was a discussion that we had.
Okay.
It was never the assumption that an alternative would be to have valet parking on the public streets.
So it's an assumption and not really written in anywhere? Is that why we're not seeing it, or?
Well, I'm not sure if it may have been written down in a number of letters, that went back and forth through the process of reviewing the project, but it was always understood that
Okay.
there was valet parking for the guests in the garages.
Okay. And then I had sent you an email request prior to the meeting to share staff's parking demand analysis upon which the condition of approval and the number of parking stalls was defined as being adequate, because again, none of us have seen it. That's what created the condition. That's what obviously the Planning Commission relied on. So hopefully later in this process today, we can see that information that's never really been before, at least these commission members. So,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bartlett, so in 2004, the requirement was 97 parking spaces. The transportation demand analysis was done later on, and it was during the revised master plan in 2008, 2009, and that's when it was increased to 100. So when this parking condition was placed on the project, it was at a time when the project was required to have the 97, one per unit.
and was there also a stipulation on the number of employees associated with that parking
There was
demand
never
analysis?
a stipulation about the number. We talked about the number, but there was never a cap on the number of employees that would be allowed there.
Okay. Well, maybe we should listen to the public, and then we can really put all the questions out here. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we'll have many more. Is there, Mr. Jordan, a pressing question for
Just
now?
one more. It's kind of a follow-up on the discussion of you and Commissioner Peugeot. So Scott, I get your advice on focusing on a solution. But part of my problem today is that the staff report spends as much time talking about what's not been provided as has been provided to consider as a solution. So if everything was provided sort of in the staff's framework that they put in the staff report, have the staff conversations been that type of successful provision of information and action on the part of the project would keep it within a substantial conformance determination area and not rise to the need for an application of amendment?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Jordan, I would recommend that the Commission and the members of the public comment today on what they would think is necessary in order for an alternative compliance to this condition of approval to succeed. In other words, what compliance elements, decals, descriptions to information to employees, methodology of enforcement both on the employee as well as some form of incentive for the hotel to ensure compliance, to maintain that the hotel has an incentive to police their employees as is required by the condition, and to comment on whether or not the solutions proffered by the hotel today, or maybe even comment on offer other potential solutions of either the Commission's creation or members of the public as to what they think is necessary in order to satisfy this condition of approval so that the Community Development Director can consider whether there's a package out there that can be approved as a substantial conformance determination that will successfully implement the condition of approval on which this project was granted.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask one more question because some information that was just provided to one of my colleagues prompts this. On the one hand, throughout our documentation, there's a reference to the 2004 Condition of Approval A.7, and that references only employee parking, and that employees shall be required to park their vehicles on site. But then I think in response to Mr. Bartlett's question, Ms. Kennedy, I thought I heard you just say, so correct me if I'm wrong, that the valet parking or parking of valet-related guests would also be required on site. But that's not in this specific condition of approval. Are we also looking at that and that issue? Because that's been referenced by the neighborhood as well in terms of how valet parking is being handled, not just employee parking.
Madam Chair, the valet parking was, as far as I can remember, always part of the project. That is the way it operates. When they came forward with their master plan, a revised master plan, it would always be valet parking. And because the way the garages are set up, it's tandem parking. You just can't have someone drive in and on their own. It's valet, so they can determine where the cars go and how best to work that out. So that's always been part of it. That valet parking really isn't an issue.
When you
today.
say valet parking, there's the valet parkers and then there's where they park the cars. So are you suggesting that there's always been an assumption and expectation that the valet parkers will park those cars on site?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, because they are not today, and we'll talk about that.
Okay, and that's not something that I'm
Okay, and that's
aware of.
also referenced in the documentation we have, and I personally have both experienced it myself and observed it, so we'll get to that, I think, when we get further into it. Okay, with that, we have quite a number of speaker slips. Everybody or each individual will have 2 minutes each. Is there anyone here, I like to be sensitive if somebody has a really pressing time constraint and you have to leave right away. And what is your name, ma'am? Okay, let me find your slip. If you would come forward. Beverly Johnson Trial, very good. Anybody else have a pressing need to leave right away? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. I'm sorry? Oh, you'll definitely, and what is your name, ma'am? Excuse me? Okay, comp. Let me make a note. I can see you're right here. Louise, yes? Okay, I'll call you second, and then we'll just go right through. So if you could please contain your time to 2 minutes and also to the specific item we have before us today, just to really value everyone's time and how late it is getting on in the afternoon. I know you may have other feelings about the property, but it's not the restaurant and the food and all of this. So, okay, thank you so much. Welcome.
Yes, hello. My husband and I have had to be evacuated twice because of fires. We are close neighbors of the El Encanto, so we are very concerned about added cars, parking, that sort of thing. I wrote an email, which I sent a couple days ago, saying that we're worried about the safety issues regarding the parking violations. This is a high fire danger area, and the residents, guests, and employees need to be able to evacuate quickly. This isn't possible to do currently because of the disregard that the El Encanto has had regarding the unauthorized parking of their employees. And this attitude is also placing the police, ambulance, equipment, and personnel at risk, and that my husband and I are asking that this important safety issue be addressed soon rather than later, because there will be another fire. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. The next speaker will be Louise Comp, followed by Linda Courtney. So when I read the subsequent speaker's name, if you would please move forward, we can move this right along. Ms. Comp? And you might need to pull down the microphone a little bit to make sure we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I represent a very small group of homeowners that are on the piece of Mira Vista, which is not quite a block line that abuts against the El Encanto Hotel. When we purchased our property in 1973, we were informed that this was not a piece of public Mira Vista Street, but was actually privately owned by the hotel and had to be kept open as a fire lane to the hotel. Because of that, we were required by the hotel to purchase a piece of the street in front of our lot to use as an easement because we are landlocked. Of 5 properties that use Mira Vista, that little piece, to get to their property, 3 of us are landlocked. We have no other way to get to our property. 2, they actually face in their addresses are Ellen Cano Drive, but they use Mira Vista to get to. Now, our issue, and we have been involved in this, and I've been representing these people since 2004, is that we no longer trust the management to keep our street open. They have actually threatened me verbally on many occasions in front of my husband that if we pursue this matter, they will take over the street and turn it into a parking lot. So what we need from this commission is assurances that our street will be available to us. During the entire construction phase, this was not so. Part of that 204 and 2008 and 9, all of these, I've been to these meetings, the agreement was that we would not be part of the construction site. We were laughed at. We were told not to expect any help from the hotel. Subcontractors can't be controlled. If they cannot control their subcontractors, how are they going to control their employees? Right now, because of help from the Planning Commission to the fire department, because we have on our street one of the major fire hydrants for the entire Riviera area in case of a fire. We have a high pressure, and we're the only flat section where, according to the fire department, they can fill up their tankers if there's a backcountry or Mission Ridge fire area. So we have been evacuated every time. For the last 40-some years, it's been quite an experience. The Planning Commission and the police say they cannot do anything because we're applying. This is what the department tells us on the phone, because we are a private section of the street. I don't know if that's true, but this is what we've been told. But they have directed the information to the fire department. It's through the fire department that we've been able to get compliance, and because of that 2004 ruling that they not use it as hotel parking for staff or, in this case, valet. We do have visitors come down on a regular basis. They were supposed to put signage saying that that was not an access to the hotel. They did not do that, so we have ourselves put up our nice, ugly, no private street, no parking signs. It's not a view the neighborhood likes, but we have no other. We've had a lot of trespassing issues in the past. We've had thefts where the people have accessed our property from the hotel, so they had agreed to putting up some kind of security. They agreed and did put up one sign about this big. Is that about right? At Ellen Cano Drive saying you're leaving for private property. They have blocked with a berm the original fire gate to the property. That's for them and the fire department to take up. That has reduced some of the traffic. And we no longer have employees dressing on our street, undressing for their jobs at the hotel. And they have been good at that. But like I said, it was having to go through using this compliance from 2004 on, and the involvement of the fire department because of the fire hydrant. So what we need from you people is knowing that whatever the solution is, we'd like to be good neighbors, and we originally were. It's been their lack of willingness to work with us that has made us perhaps not the best neighbors. But we need an assurance from you that our street will remain open with full access. We do not have to call a private tow truck to get in and out of our property.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Linda Courtney will be followed by Matt Hall.
I just took out half my speech because I had a lot of complaints against the El Encanto, so I'll try to go down through this quite fast. Ms. Allen's presentation was quite nice, but the truth is that they're not monitoring these cars that well, and they're certainly not enforcing it. On any given day, you will see 6 to 10 employees parking on the streets around the El Encanto. And even today, I saw a little blue Echo that's always down on Moreno every day, who apparently works at the desk, and he was there today even. And I know on Tuesday there was a car all day long up at La Suan in San Carlos that was an El Encanto employee. They were parked there all day long. So I don't know how they're monitoring this, but they need to step that up because they're not very successful with their monitoring. I haven't seen any stickers, and I walk my dog, and I'm out all the time there. I live at 1720 La Suan Road, so I really caught it in the beginning when this hotel first opened, and there were a lot of broken promises. I'm going to skip those upon your personal request, Madam Chairman. But the bottom line is they overbuilt the property, and it started at 54 units, Kathy, and then they wanted to go up to 97. So what they've done is they've taken every inch of space on that property for buildings so that they didn't give any employees any parking like they promised to do. And I'll just have to say one thing, that those units in the back look like cheap condos on some third world country island, and they turned the El Encanto into a stucco jungle. And they did not give anybody any place to park that was an employee except for their managers. The worst thing that they did was they tried to turn my quiet, peaceful, scenic, single-family, upmarket neighborhood into their own personal commercial zone. And their employees are still on the streets. Now we have, where it used to be open, scenic drives, ugly, no parking signs everywhere. They have liquor delivery trucks going up and down my street, La Suan Road, so fast that it shakes my house.
Thanks. Could you wrap up soon, please?
Yes. What I would say is, until they're forced to do so, they're not going to comply. I don't think that they're anywhere ready for this SCD. I really do believe that they should enforce the fact that there should be stickers on the cars. And I feel, as a resident, I should have the right, as all residents should, to call the police when we see these cars parked on the street and alert the police to come up and ticket these people. That's what happens with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Trevor Martinson Matt Hall, of course, is next, and then following that will be Trevor Martinson.
I'll be very short. I just was going to follow up on a question that Commissioner Bartlett raised. I don't think that we can have a good solution here until we have a really sound, factual understanding of what's happening. And I think that when the peak parking study was done earlier, the situation was very different. And now the hotel has, I think, almost twice the number of employees that were contemplated originally. And they, through their own success, have had, many events with many cars, more than I'm sure was contemplated at the time. So that's my feeling, that we should have a new peak parking demand study done so that we can really get a handle on this. Otherwise, this issue is just going to keep coming up regularly.
Thank you. Trevor Martinson will be followed by Greg Parker.
Thank you very much. I'm Trevor Martinson, architect, planner, and as some of you may know, attorney. I'm a forensic. But anyway, I knew Eric Frieden, who owned the hotel prior to this. He was a good man. We all had a good time, and he always listened to the problems. That's the main problem I think that we have here. They're not listening. But let me tell you that, as you know, I have been involved in issues with the El Encanto, and I played a shell game with the community development director, Paul Casey, and Betty Weiss, the city planner. Facts don't seem to fall into place. I look at this parking that was presumably for 97 rooms and employees, and staff said 100 spaces for peak. Come on, that doesn't make any sense at all. Getting to what I would say is the other issue that I've read here in the staff report and what the Ellen Canto mentions is that they have people riding on the MTD. I'm sorry. Last month, MTD closed Line 22, and we have no bus service up to the Ellen Canto. I didn't like that either because I always enjoyed riding the Line 22, and now I think I may have to send a letter to MTD and tell them that I'll go down the hill, but if I die coming up the hill, you're going to hear from somebody. But anyway, that's pretty much, I think, the issues that we're facing here, and I hope that we're going to be able to resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Parker will be followed by, I hope I pronounce this correctly, Lala Brutoko. Yes, Ms. Brutoko here. Very good. Mr. Parker, you have 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to speak quickly because I have 2 minutes to discuss 18 months of an affront to my house. Personally, I live at the house that borders the entire width of the Mission Village development there. I like the El Encanto. It's a nice amenity of the city. I was the only resident, I believe, who went to every hearing supporting the El Encanto, but it didn't really work out that well. They've got a parking problem that hasn't been addressed, and I think it really needs to be addressed. I'd like to, from your staff report that they completely redeveloped the hotel. They doubled the employee count, went from 90, which was affirmed in 06 after the, 98, affirmed in 06 after the first, after this condition was put in place. Now they're at 215. And there's no new parking study. There's no new traffic study. They have not been cooperative. You've heard that. They are proposing a temporary Band-Aid solution, and that's not the way to approach this. They expect 20 off-site parking spaces. It's 40 in the summer. It's 20 in the winter if you read the document. They expect that to service 153 people plus the 17 that used to ride the MTD, no longer do. I think you've seen the pictures. If each picture is worth 1,000 words, you've got a Library of Congress, maybe 2 of evidence. They've just blown it. They have parking people on the street all the time. There were 2 employees. It's better the last week since this hearing's been, maybe since the new HR director's been involved. I don't know. But last week, it's been a little bit better. There were only 2 there last night. Neither of them had stickers. I don't think a substantial conformance determination is appropriate. I think this is a change of a condition. You heard Mr. Vincent say, focus on a solution. We are focused on a solution. I don't think anyone's opposed to an off-site parking program done right. However, when he says you keep this condition in place that they all park on site, but you do something different, that's a change of a condition. That's not a conformancy with a condition. But I think he's right.
Wrap up, Mr. Parker,
Let's
please.
focus on a solution. So I think they should have an effective, a comprehensive approach. It should be an employee street parking prohibition as part of it. It should have a monitoring program staff can implement. It needs to have a direct linkage, like every off-site parking arrangement done in the city, a direct linkage to the certificate of occupancy. So your staff isn't saying, I don't know what to do. I've got to bring it to the Planning Commission and try to force them to do something.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
And effective remedies.
And we have received all of your communications. I just want you to know.
I appreciate
They've
the
all been
opportunity.
printed
Thank
out, and
you.
I can hold them up. So I just want you to know we've received them and read them. Lala Brutoko will be followed by Nan Bedford.
Thank you. I'm Lala Brutico, and I live at 1920 Mission Ridge, directly behind the El Encanto. Madam Chairman and Commissioners, I do appreciate, my husband and I, that this problem is being addressed. It's been recognized, and it really has sincerely been a burden to our neighborhood, and we're sincerely hoping that we can keep the pressure on to continue to find how to enforce this measure. And I'm wondering perhaps if the neighbors could have a direct communication line with security so that when we see cars that are obviously suspicious, that we could report the cars and be in more direct communication. I think it's like we don't know what to do. We just see the problem continuing and want to be more involved in seeing the solutions happen. Thank you very much. And we'd also really are happy to have the commission oversight in addition to the staff. Thank you.
Nan Bedford will be followed by John Bedford.
I want to reinforce the nature of having a public hearing. Thank you very much. It helps us know that you're listening. And I just because I'm not a lawyer, wanted to give you some insight on what it's really like to live on that block in my 2 minutes. And so, first of all, I'm a person who came and joined Newcomers, and I joined the Women's Fund and the Music Academy. And we have meetings and we do things, and all of a sudden on the street, I'd call Lala or I'd call the Fulmers and I go, I'm having a meeting. We don't know what the parking's going to be. Can I count on your parking spaces? And then we have things like, don't forget, leave the lane open for the fire trucks. Okay, so my ability to enjoy and have access to the neighborhood is limited because these spots are being taken. And just like the El Encanto, and people think we ought to be able to park, well, I think I ought to have access to the parking also. So that's an issue. Number two, when these people are here, they have shifts, and like we heard, they have their 24-hour bus. Well, when they do park on our street, they're getting off of work, they're together, they're laughing, they're slamming the doors, they're parking, they're gunning their, they're young employees getting off of work. And that noise is part of an issue for us in the neighborhood. So we have reduced access. There's noise at weird times of the day and night that's disturbing. And then finally, number three, I think you have to recognize just how we feel about our neighborhood when people are going out and putting cones because they're having a bridal shower, that they have to put cones out to get cars so they can park in their own neighborhood, that they have to put up signs that I know aren't approved by the city, but they're ugly signs that say no hotel parking that we drive by, and we've got all of these people painting stuff and putting up signs and getting worried about fire access. This is really very disturbing in the neighborhood.
Could you start to wrap up, please?
That's it. That's it. And I don't want to feel like I'm living in the El Encanto parking lot. Okay? We have our rights as the neighborhood, I think, that should be respected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Bedford will be followed by Sherry Parker.
Thank you. I'll just be very brief and say that we live right where the word city is on the chart, and we see a lot of the Encanto. We like it. But my point of view is that the hotel has had very little incentive to follow the plan, to obey the rules. And the city has not made it important to the hotel that they do what they said they'd do. And that is where I feel the problem is. I'm sure if you come up with a plan, it'll be a good one, but the city's got to decide that the hotel's going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Parker will be followed by Susan Capiello.
Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Sherry Parker, and I live directly across the street from the El Encanto Hotel on Mission Ridge. The El Encanto has simply neglected to deal with their employee parking issues, and as a result, their employee parking has dominated Mission Ridge and the streets around the El Encanto for now a year and a half since it's been open. So if the city approves of an on-site parking program, the city really must monitor and enforce compliance with it. Daily we have El Encanto employees parking across from our home. And I know these are El Encanto employees because I see the same cars and employees dressed in uniforms walking from their cars to work regularly. We have documented the many repeat offenders and even sent the El Encanto management numerous pictures of the same cars as well as the same employees that are there day after day as they're walking to work. It's clear, with the exception of this past week, simply because this hearing was in place, that the El Encanto just really hasn't taken much action in finding a solution to the problem. There's been an average of 4 to 5 employee cars parked throughout the day, every day, in front of our house. And they arrive before 7, and then they leave after their shift in the afternoon, and many times they're replaced by the evening shifts. So I completely understand an occasional employee that's late for work and they need to park in front of our house. But this isn't the case. These are the same people who constantly park in front of our home almost every day that they work. So obviously the El Encanto is just really not taking this issue seriously and complying with the city's conditions. It's just absurd that we're unable to have street parking in front of our own homes, and it's typically filled with those employees. And on the personal note, I have an 88-year-old mother, and she comes to visit, and it's just not right that she is constantly forced to park one or two houses up the street.
Thank you. Could you begin to wrap up?
Surely. So the El Encanto, it just clearly hasn't kept their promise to our neighbors and to their neighbors in enforcing these parking restrictions, and we hope that this matter somehow comes to a conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Capiello will be followed by Shelley Bookspan. She had to leave, okay. When does anyone? Is Shelley Bookspan still here? Okay, and Shelley is Miss Bookspan is our last speaker.
Okay. Well, I'm an immediate neighbor. I'm the one with the ugly, illegal, no hotel parking signs on Les Wayne Road. I'm also the president, of Riviera Association, which association is opposed to any SCD at this time. I'm sorry, I haven't had any water for a while. You've heard a lot from neighbors, and the fact is that we were pretty much blindsided by what happened when El Encanto opened, and we haven't seen much in the way, thank you very much, much in the way of good faith adherence to the parking requirements in the year and a half. So it truly, we had a nightmare situation. The Constance and State church parking has ameliorated the situation. There isn't too much doubt that there's been some amelioration. It certainly hasn't controlled it and hasn't eliminated the problem. My particular concern is that any SCD that is issued is going to cause a relaxation, really, of the pressure that we're putting on El Encanto now. And since we haven't seen good faith on the El Encanto's part up till now, I don't think we should be issuing an SCD until we have months and months of compliance with whatever their parking program ultimately becomes. I think maybe an issue, you've heard probably enough and have seen enough pictures to know what our concerns are in the neighborhood. Thank you.
And we've received the association's letters as well.
Yes,
thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. And what I'd like to do is turn it back to the commission for questions. What we may need to do, depending upon how extensive the question and answer period is we may need to take another short break, like a 5-minute break. We'll see where this takes us. Let me ask Ms. Brooke, do we have a constraint on using the council chambers this evening?
No, not to my knowledge, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. So it's back to the commission for questions of staff and or the applicant team. Mr. Jordan, would you like to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I just have one, and that was for Ms. Kennedy, just on the topic that was raised over environmental review. In those old 1997 Planning Commission guidelines that talk about this process, in the preamble to the several different ways that an SCD could happen at different timelines, it does mention that that any action after a project has been approved would require a reevaluation of blah, 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 and environmental impact related to the revised action. And so you said earlier that I think you just had a couple words that this didn't rise to that occasion, and so I would just like to clarify that. So I wasn't here in 2004 either, but in 2004, whatever did take place was predicated and led to employee parking on site. It's pretty clear that since the hotel has opened, the employee parking has not been on site. So that's kind of one contradiction to whatever was done from an environmental standpoint and decisions made in 2004. And then the consideration today is still that the employees aren't going to park on site, that the parking and the traffic to the site isn't going to be there, but the parking and the traffic is actually going to be somewhere else that wasn't even part of that original 2004 consideration. So given all that, there's actually still no need for some type of traffic and or parking impact review based on what's being proposed today?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jordan. So first of all, parking is not part of the CEQA review anymore.
I heard that earlier today already, too.
Okay, so I just
Yep.
confirm that. But traffic is. And also we do...
I'm sorry. But is that also when parking's on a public street outside of a project boundary? It's still not part of CEQA?
Correct. Yes.
And it's still not part of CEQA, or it shouldn't be part of CEQA when the initial project on the ground was that there wouldn't be any parking off the project site, but now there is?
When that condition was put on, it wasn't like a mitigation measure responding to an environmental impact. It was a impact on the neighborhood for, parking.
Right.
Not an environmental impact, but a parking impact on the neighborhood.
Okay.
So now when we do SEDs, though, we do environmental review. We've often done an amendment to an environmental document. So in this case, and we haven't talked about this, parking is not part of the environmental review anymore. Traffic would be. I don't believe, and we would definitely look into it more, whether we think traffic, if there's an environmental traffic impact by having the traffic being going to the church lot instead of being on site. And we would look at that, but I'm not sure that is
You said
an
you
impact.
don't believe that would rise to that level,
I don't believe,
right?
but I would also
Okay.
definitely look into that more.
No, I just want to make sure that you don't believe that, really. That's all. I think that's my only question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Campanella, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as traffic versus parking, I myself live on the grid in the flat land down below, about a half a mile away. We have adequate parking. And I know one of the members of the community mentioned about having functions where you have people over, and there's a very limited amount of parking in the neighborhoods up around the El Encanto. And I would guess that neighbors who live there permanently are able to work things out where they might courteously let their neighbors know that a function is coming up, et cetera. You can't do that with temporary or part-time employees in order to try to assist that. Secondly, in driving around most of the day yesterday, if you're not familiar with the area, I think parking becomes a traffic issue or a safety issue. Because if you bypass where there's potential parking spots because they're filled up, where do you turn around? I mean, if I was not, and I'm not familiar with the areas up Mission Ridge, but a lot of the turnarounds are either not there, or you got to go pull in somebody's driveway or back out to curvilinear street coming around. So I think a part of the issue to me is also looking at if people came around who were not familiar with the area, could be some type of safety problem because of the way if you didn't have parking, how do you circumvent it? How do you go back in? I think we might look at parking issues maybe having an impact on traffic in that regard because of turnarounds. And I'll leave that at that as one consideration we might want to think of. Well, I guess I might address to Mr. Foley whether he sees some issues because of lack of parking and availability up there for residents. Does that create some type of concern from a traffic and safety standpoint?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Campanella, as you recall from our traffic thresholds, we have specific intersections of which we're looking for impacts to with parking turnover or looking for parking in that area. It's not going to affect the major intersections, which for the most part are near the freeways. So I don't anticipate that you're going to see a traffic impact from that.
Okay. The other item, I guess, that I have as far as the parking, APS near the park, there seem to be adequate spacing, but I think one area that's got to be considered too for our employees parking or not is a continuation past Lawson Road, because there is parking on one side of the street, the south-facing street, going on the way. Thanks. Thank you. This has parking on both sides near the park, of course. But then there's a lot of parking runs down the road here at APS for some distance. So I think any monitoring that you do, you did not have that on your list. I think that should be monitored as well in looking at policing that area. Yesterday, I spent some time at the parking lot. I looked at pretty orderly the way cars were parked. The driver in the Chevy Tahoe, whatever, came down and picked everybody up on a sequence. He was wondering what I was doing there 3 times when he came down, because I went back at different times during the day. But I think maybe where this starts from, as far as enforcement, is getting people to put the stickers on their car. Okay? I noticed in your employee communication it was put it on the dashboard, and then you called it a decal somewhere else. As I walked along the cars that were parked, which were all in the proper area, there was either no sticker or a sticker that was still attached to the paper on the dashboard. Some people did have it on the window. There were some of the hanging things, and there was none. So I think I would start with, if you are an employee and you have a car, you need a permit. And that decal's got to be on your window for identification. I think that way, if somebody, rather than having the flexibility, when I'm on time, I'm going to park over at the church. But if I'm not on time, I'm going to take my little decal off my dashboard and go park somewhere else. I don't think we want that flexibility to occur. They should be responsible to always have, if they're an employee with a car going to work and they use that car, there should be a decal. So you know that they are allowed in the lot, and the neighbors can look at right away to see whether somebody's violating it and report it to your office, report it to security. So I think if you agree, that's an area I think you really have to step it up on. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We can come back for more questions. I'd really like to focus us on questions just so we can elicit from staff and the applicant as much additional information as we need once we get to our comments, because this is such a significant item. Ms. Peugeot, questions at this time?
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions for staff and then a few for the applicant. My first question has to do with references that have been made today and in the staff report and alluded to regarding a parking management plan. And I believe what I'm understanding is that the parking management plan is something that staff has requested as part of the enforcement action and the completeness of the SCD, something like that. But what I don't understand from looking at the materials in our staff report is, was a parking management plan ever part of the original proposals or conditions? I don't see them. I see we have a copy of the 2004 conditions, I believe, and the only 2 conditions related to that, but they're separated. They're not in an overview kind of way with a parking management plan. It's separate pieces, and that's the employee parking condition that we've been talking about, and then also the one after it, condition 8, bus passes. So is this something that has been discussed post 2004 and 2009 as far as having an overall parking management plan?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Peugeot, the request for this comprehensive plan is a direct result of what's happening out there on the site. It was not required early on, 2004. I know that rideshare type incentives were going to be proposed and part of the operation of the hotel. But what we're asking for now is, like I said, a direct result of the issue of the employees parking on the street. So we've come up with a list of things that we feel that should be included in this plan and implemented.
Okay, thank you. And now my next questions for staff have to do with the most recent monitoring and the monitoring overall for the project. So having gone on the site visit with staff and in all of our observations, including the neighbors, there has been very recent improvement, but I've heard anything from a week to a month or perhaps longer. And I know that staff has been out there quite a bit. As a matter of fact, I was quite impressed by Ms. Kennedy's knowledge, intimate knowledge of the streets, the parking areas, the recognition of some of the cars that have been seen before and whatnot. But could you just give me a little bit more information on how long this type of intensive monitoring has been taking place, and also has this been triggered recently because of the SCD and the enforcement, or is there something that is periodically monitored because of the project approval and its conditions itself? I mean, what is the responsibility, if any, of monitoring for the overall project versus enforcement or this application that's open? And then lastly, I know that it's got to be taking up a lot of staff time. And I'm sure you would agree, because I know you're out there often, even on weekends, you mentioned. But is that at the city's cost right now? Is there any reimbursement mechanism for that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Peugeot, first of all, the monitoring was not part of the overall project that staff would be going on. I think you're just referring to staff monitoring. It wasn't part of, foreseen as something that we would be doing, and it was a direct result of receiving complaints when it opened and wanting to know what was going on out there, because I had received many calls and emails about it, so I went out to look. And then as part of this, over the course of the last year and a half, just trying to see whether this plan that's been provided to the city has been working or not. So just checking in to see if all these different things that the hotel has been doing and implementing is working. And then again, hearing complaints and going out and checking. And then, of course, the upcoming hearing, wanting to have more recent information to provide to you. Was my intent of going out there more recently and to give you the latest of what I've seen. And I have seen over the last month a great improvement, like I said. Of course, I'm not out there all the time, and the neighbors live there, so they see a lot more than I do. I just wanted to let you know when I was and what I did see at the time.
So just to clarify, just on that point right there, so you're saying that you've seen the improvement over the last month?
Yes, I have.
Over the last week. Okay. And then in terms of, do you have reimbursement for that time, or that's all at city cost?
It's just part of my job. Yeah, I guess is the best way to say it.
Okay.
So.
Just to add, Madam Chair, Commissioner Peugeot, the way this progressed is how a typical complaint may be addressed, for anything in the city where we receive a complaint, is we do receive a concern or complaint that something is, whether it's a municipal code violation or a violation of a condition of approval, and we may receive that in any number of ways, but we as staff want to be able to confirm that before we take our own action. And so that's why Ms. Kennedy monitored less periodically at first, but also following up once we'd received a complaint to go see if she could confirm it. And then it ramped up more and more as we were starting to develop more of these parking program elements with the hotel to get a feel for what could work, what are the parameters, what do we see, what are the different components that could help address what we see. And so she's been ramping that up, and both education, enforcement, working with the hotel management to work out the right components.
And my next question, I need a clarification on something, but actually my question, I believe, may be more directed to our city attorney. I believe I read or was advised somewhere that the city has some information on the employees and the cars, but I didn't hear that you actually have the list with the names, color, make, model, license plate numbers. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Peugeot, we have a couple of different lists. They do not include the names or the license plate numbers.
Okay. So my question to Mr. Vincent then is that a component that could be required by the city to disclose that level of information on the project?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, there's a certain degree of information that I think would become problematic in getting into privacy issues regarding the identities of the employees as far as their license plate numbers and those kinds of things if the city was holding on to that information. One approach sitting here right now is a robust and enforced decal process achieves the same things that getting a name, license plate number, and so forth would achieve. In other words, if a decal process where, and from hearing from the public testimony, the neighbors are going to actually be the most important policing mechanism that for this program. And if the neighbors have an effective means for contacting the hotel and the hotel effectively responds to those complaints, that's how the decal process is going to work. That's how a decal program is going to work. If a car doesn't have a decal, yet a neighbor sees a uniformed employee walk from that car and goes to the hotel and makes a complaint and tells the hotel, here's the car, here's the information, the hotel can maintain that information on their employees. If the hotel follows through with it, that's going to be a much more effective system than having city staff members who don't have the same amount of time to dedicate to this process. It's just a practical reality. We're not going to have enough city employees up in that neighborhood on a daily basis to police it the way the neighbors could police it. If you have a decal system, and if the employee takes it upon themselves to park in that neighborhood and thinks they're going to get away with it by not putting a decal on their car or somehow hiding it, I guarantee you the neighbors are going to see it before we are. And so it then comes back to, if the neighbors have an effective means of contacting the hotel and the hotel effectively responds to those complaints, that's where I see this process working for this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. Okay, those are my questions for staff, but I do have a few questions for the applicant. Either one of you. You can switch if the need comes up. Okay, my first question has to do with the shuttle operations and particularly its schedule.
Yes.
So I'm a little confused because I thought I'm hearing, I think, two different things. One is, I thought I saw somewhere that the shuttle operates from like 5:30 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night, but I believe I heard you say today that it can be 24/7, and the hours were different, though. They were until 9?
Our times will go ahead and vary based on our levels of business. So if we're at peak, let's say for weekends, and we may have to bring teams in at as early as 4:30 a.m., at which point we'll alter the schedule to make sure that it accommodates bringing in the team member. We do have it posted and prepared at this point today, starting at 5 a.m. This is where our level of business is after Labor Day. So 5 a.m. going all the way through to right now, it's consistent until about 9 p.m. or so, where it's technically just going rounds every 15 minutes or so. So it takes about 7 minutes to get from one point to the other point and another 7 minutes or so to go back. So it works like on schedule, kind of like the bus.
On that point, so it takes 7 minutes each way. So you're saying it basically does a complete loop every 15 minutes?
Yes.
So this brings me to another question. I also understood, if this is correct, that the shuttle driver is the one that patrols the neighborhood and the cars?
No.
No.
That is
okay.
security.
That's security. They're two separate groups. That's good. Okay.
Yes.
Because I wasn't understanding how it could make that routine, predictable kind of loop if they also had to sometimes stop to check on cars.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Their full focus is to make sure that they're safely taking team members to and from the designation. We also have them make sure that they're, again, taking the passenger names, but through the signature of the employee. They also, another responsibility is to make sure that team members are parking in the designated parking spaces that we've agreed upon with the church, because we want to be responsible in that sense. As far as the 24/7, they have a phone, so there's always someone available that's going to take them. So if the shuttle driver is off, then it will go ahead and go to the valet. We have an overnight valet that will then pick up that responsibility for anyone who is off at 1 a.m., as an example. We have an overnight valet.
So and that's related to another question regarding the shuttle and that service. The agreement with the church,
yes,
says that it is only until 10 o'clock at night. So how does, I mean, the attached agreement that we have, so how does that work if it's past 10 o'clock at night? Or actually, what it says is, Item 1, parking by El Encanto personnel is permitted in designated spaces, etc., each day between the hours of 6 a.m. And midnight, I see. It's the lighting that's turned off at 10. So it goes until midnight. So if it was between midnight and 6 a.m. and someone is parked there, technically they're in violation of that agreement, right? And so are there, either you guarantee that no one has to work past midnight, or what happens if
24/7 is the operation. So as far as employees being off, they're usually off at the latest if our restaurant bar closes between 12 and 1 o'clock. Now that you've mentioned that, then it's my responsibility to go back to the church to make sure that we have a renewed understanding, because I certainly don't want to be in violation of our agreement there.
Right. I think that's something I would like to see happen as well.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, I do have a few more questions. All right. I think you mentioned that there have potentially been some warnings, but no one's ever been towed, actually, which I think is in one of your brochures. You can be subject to towing. Is that one of the...
I do believe one person has been towed. I don't have the name with me today. However, one of the conversations that we've had recently is that we would take active measures to personally contact the towing company to pick up the vehicle if an employee is in violation.
This is after multiple warnings, or is this the first time?
No, this is if we see someone today, we can go ahead and contact the towing company.
Without the warning?
Well, they know they're not supposed to park there.
I see. Okay.
Correct.
So the warnings have to do with the disciplinary action, and the towing is something separately, and you've done it once?
The towing happened once. We didn't have a formality at that time, so this is more in recent discussions.
I see.
Yes. As far as at this point, we need to take much stronger approach on the consequences, because if there's repeated offenders, for whatever reason they're running late, this is a constant message that we've had from the get-go.
Madam Chair, I do want to make a comment to the commission at this point. While this is a condition of approval, this is a land use condition. It's not a parking ordinance. I don't know the circumstances of this particular towing that may or may have occurred, but an employee who parks in this neighborhood is not violating the parking ordinances of the city. It's violating a land use approval of the hotel. I don't believe that that's a towable offense. It may come back to that employee's relationship with the hotel, and it can affect the hotel's standing regarding their conditions of approval. But simply because an employee parks on the streets, in the public streets within this area, unless they're otherwise violating a no parking condition, and I want to stress that it's a valid city no parking condition, then that's not a towable offense. So I want the commission to have and the neighbors and the hotel to have realistic expectations of the parameters of the enforcement of this. The employee might, so the hotel has a condition of approval that the hotel employees will park on site. That condition of approval, quite honestly, was a little ill-conceived. It certainly was inartfully drafted, and it's not really practical, I think, even for the purposes of the condition itself. I don't think the neighbors would really want all of the employees who are on shift parked at the site. That wouldn't achieve what the neighbors are even looking for, because if you parked all the employees who are on shift, that would displace hotel guests and other invitees who are visiting the hotel. So now all of a sudden you have guests or other persons who are visiting the hotel out on the street. That's not what the goal is here. What we're trying to come up with is a solution that meets the intent of that condition of approval and the desire of the neighbors to the hotel, which is that the hotel parks there, doesn't use the streets as its primary source of parking. And so what we're looking for here with the consideration of an off-site parking agreement, right now it's at the First Presbyterian Church, and whether or not that's going to be a solution to this situation we're experiencing up in the neighborhood. But again, I wanted to just come back to my original point, which is even if an employee parks on the street, more often than not, that's not going to be a towable offense, and we shouldn't be expecting these cars to be towed for that particular situation.
Thank you. I think that's all very good information, and actually I agree with all your comments just then. My next question for the applicant is the area that's patrolled. It's great, the map's up there. I think there was a map earlier of the area, but are you saying that all the streets within that area are patrolled, or is it just the areas that were outlined?
Go back. Would you like me to go back to that shot?
Sure.
So this would be the area that is currently being patrolled. Now, one thing that I think we can definitely do better, and we're prepared to do that, and I'm prepared to say that this is what we'll commit to, is making sure that we are consistent daily with our times, because we know when team members are coming in. We have peak times that team members come in, whether it be between 5 and 9 or noon and 3. These are kind of the peak hours. So we would be patrolling these areas, and now with the new information, thank you very much, regarding the tow, we would take the necessary measures and corrective action form up to and including termination.
Okay, and as maybe just a slight diversion, please stay there. I have one more question for you, but to staff, does this area, as far as staff is concerned, capture the primary area that's actually at question here in terms of the employee parking on the streets?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Peugeot, I would say for the most part, yes. I think originally maybe it had spread out further early on, and that I think this would cover it. Commissioner Campanella mentioned a little bit to the west on APS to extend it that way, and that would be something they could look at. But I think in general it covers most of the concerns, yes.
Okay, thank you.
More?
Glad you're still there. Okay. Yeah, my next question has to do with your efforts to date with what may not be formalized as a comprehensive parking management plan for all respective purposes, and I know there's a lot of discussion today going on about that, but you have already implemented a lot of things which are components of such a thing. So, but what I don't know is, have you been working with the Traffic Solutions?
Yes. I actually contacted them directly before the opening in January, and I resourced them to find out what options we had. So one of the other options that I didn't mention today that we introduced was a van pool program. It didn't really launch because it required many people to fill the van at the same time, and being an opening property hotel, there were just it just was not an easy thing to try and manage to have 6 people come in at the same time and fill the van. But I did, I'm trying to remember her name, maybe it's Lisa, it's been a while, with Traffic Solutions, but they were very helpful to launch the program. In fact, to start off the shuttle program, we ended up utilizing one of their vans, one of their vehicles. And that was very helpful to begin with because it also monitored and monitored the speed, so we were able to control how, making sure that the shuttle driver was being responsible in his driving. But then we knew that we needed to invest into leasing or owning a vehicle. So that's what we did months after.
Okay, and the Traffic Solutions program, I know they keep a database for ride sharing and whatnot, and they used to, I don't know if they still do, conduct biannual surveys for different larger employers, which I think you would fit into as to the driving habits and that sort of thing. So does El Encanto participate in that?
We participated at first, and I actually seeked out their advice when I put together the rideshare participation registration. I wanted to make sure that everything was thorough. And again, understanding what our local options are, simply because I'm not originally from this area. So they were very helpful. And that's something certainly that we can look into. We did at first use this, but because there's some effort on the employees' part to actually go in on their own and record, their use, it's something that didn't really go well, because again, it's something else that you're asking of the team member.
And do you get communications from them? Because I know, I'm pretty sure anyway, that they send out periodic information from their office and maybe some surveys and whatnot.
I haven't in some time, but I'm happy to reach out to them if that would help the cause. Absolutely.
And the reason I ask is because I think I saw in one of the comment letters comments about the maybe perhaps the program not reaching out to, say, your own employees to survey what are their obstacles for using the lot if they do drive alone, and not only where do they park, but also why, to see if your program, kind of a 360 kind of review to help identify maybe where your program needs to be improved. That was the point, really, of that question. So,
I'm always happy to get help, so I'm happy to reach out.
But it sounds like you're very, very willing to do, what it takes to make this work and to make the parking work for you, because obviously I think a solution is only win-win-win, because you don't. It's clearly that you're underparked for whatever reason in the past. It's done. You are underparked.
Yes.
So it's to your benefit, it's to the neighbor's benefit, and it's to the city's benefit overall in order to promote, this kind of reduction in additional parking structures and that sort of thing. So
yes,
thank you.
And clearly, I'm sorry, the area that we can improve on, and this will make a world of difference, is in the enforcement aspect, because again, you know, the patrol is taking place, but the record keeping is what is lacking, and that's something that I can then audit. I've heard a couple of times today as far as a direct connect with the property. Absolutely. I think that would be very helpful. In fact, we've just hired on a security officer to help with the efforts, simply because we need additional staff to make sure that, again, we don't find ourselves in a position where we're not being responsible and taking actions. So moving forward, there will be a difference.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Bartlett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the question that seems to be the most burning one about the parking demand and compare that with the ordinance standards for parking. So when parking demand is less than ordinance standards, if you want to park based on demand, you're required to get a parking mod. But if the parking demand is higher than the ordinance standard, what are you required to do? Only park per ordinance, even though demand is identified that parking requirement is higher? How does that work?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bartlett, in theory, the parking demand or the parking requirement is supposed to meet the parking demand. And that is, we use that as the basis. I am not sure that parking demand is not being met because I'm not sure how the parking is being utilized on the site, because I'm not sure that, I know that certain employees are allowed to park on site, but I don't know that they're at 100% capacity at all times. So they may be artificially limiting the amount of parking that is on site. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. In this case, just looking at the parking demand and the amount of parking that is being supplied, when you go and look at the ITE parking standards, they are meeting their requirements. However, it's not a science because those are based on averages. So it's, you know, this may just be a very popular site and they are above average. They are requiring more parking than was anticipated. So a parking study today would not necessarily do anything except for count the cars that are on site and say, yes, they are able to park X amount of parking or cars on site and they don't have that many spaces. So a parking study would not lead to a solution. It would just be a benchmark to say, this is how many parking spaces that they have, and this is how many parking spaces are the demand.
So back to the question, though, if the demand in this case in 2008 came up to be 100 cars, and they added 3 more cars to the 97 that they had in the 2004 project to bring it up to that. So are we to assume then that the parking demand was the new requirement, which was higher than the ordinance, which was 97?
That is correct, because the demand, or I should say, the requirement and a condition was 100 spaces. That is the requirement for the hotel.
Okay. So question then for staff. When a project program changes, when does it trigger, you know, a new parking demand study and new review? Obviously, if they've doubled the anticipated number of employees on the site for the same number of hotel rooms, you know, what's the trigger point that brings us back going, wait, this is a different project. This isn't what we got it approved under. It's totally different assumptions.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bartlett, well, we did not regulate the number of employees, although we are aware that there are more employees now than there were initially, early in 2004. Right now, we're looking at where the employees are to be parked.
Yeah, I thought I heard that the employees doubled, or was that just a off-the-cuff statement?
I think they did double, but there's also something to think about is when or how many employees are on site working at one given time. There are double number of employees overall, but not all of them are there at the same time. So it's important to look at.
Well, that was a question that I actually had for the applicant. What is the official peak full-time equivalent number of employees that we can expect on site at one time, so that we know how many are we trying to park at one time, and then how does that relate to your peak occupancy rate for the hotel rooms? In other words, number of guests, so we know max number of guests.
I know where you're going.
Peak guests and peak visitors. Of course, on top of that, then you have all the events and restaurant and the other functions beyond the rooms. But we're trying to, if the peaks coincide, where are we?
Madam Chair, if I may, I actually came up to the podium before you finished the question, or several questions. So first, I came up to clarify the increase in number of employees and the roster that we provided to staff as we were preparing, submitting materials to go along with the staff report. So that roster shows a total of 215 employees. That's a combination of full-time, part-time, and as Ms. Fajardo explained to me this afternoon, that also includes about 20 on-call employees that are just brought in as they get busy.
That's not all at once.
Now, I understand what you're right. So talking about historic employee numbers and how many are listed as employees today, I don't know if it's a good comparison. We do have to look at the peak. And back last year when we started looking at what type of parking program is going to meet the demand, I actually did an analysis. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I just kind of looked at it, logically, what's happening with the parking, who's carpooling, who's using alternative means of transportation. And I also did a pretty thorough analysis on all the employees, the different departments, and their shifts, and did a spreadsheet that I submitted to city staff as we were developing the program. So at a point in time last year, during their peak season, on a peak day, we found that there were as many as 71 employees on site at any one time. And then I took that number and looked at how could we meet that demand? Did the off-site lot supply the correct number of stalls to meet that demand, given how many carpool, how many managers may be parking? And Mr. Foley's point, we don't know exactly how many of those managers are parking on site at that same time, filling those spaces. So I don't have that information today. I have it at a point in time from last year. And what I didn't do, I did peak weekend and peak weekday for the employee numbers and shifts that I had for last summer. So peak weekend was the 71, and peak weekday was around 50. I have it back here. The hotel is approaching their slower season, so we're going to see those numbers decrease, which is also aligned with the church lot agreement to show fewer spaces when they anticipate fewer employees on site. I'm sort of dodging your
I would
question,
anticipate, though, that when you have your peak employees is also when you have your peak occupancy rate and when you're doing the bigger events and the restaurant's busy. So I think the peaks are going to tend to coincide. Otherwise, you wouldn't need so many employees on the site.
I agree.
Okay. So what is the occupancy rate? I mean, obviously it fluctuates seasonally. Do you have a little bit on that?
I think we might need to come back, but I don't know. Do you have that information, your occupancy rates?
Our occupancy rates, sir?
Yeah.
Our rates?
Yeah, percentage of occupancy of your hotel rooms.
I'd rather come back to you with accurate information, if I may, and I'm happy to pull as well what the employee base is during these peak times. I'm happy to provide that to you. I just don't want to give you an inaccurate number. May I do that?
Okay. I guess we're trying to give input today, so we'll have to give it without any info then. we may assume high.
If we're to take a break, I'm happy to go ahead and make a call and then come back with that information.
Well, we will be taking a break after our questions for about 5 minutes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I might, can I interject and ask what that would inform in terms of trying to adhere to or find an equivalent way to meet the condition of approval? Is there some part of the parking program?
Trying to understand peak parking demand in the absence of a parking demand analysis that we thought we might see.
Well, we know they're not meeting the demand on site. Do we
I'm just
need
trying
a
to
specific
quantify
number?
by how much. If we're hunting for a solution, what's the answer we're trying to solve? If you don't know where you're trying to get, how are you going to get there? So anyway, so another question then, what's the employee shift timing? Are there blocks of employees that all come and go simultaneous, or is it staggered? When are the shift points during the day?
So this comes back to the occupancy, and the schedule will be based on occupancy. And also the time of season. It could be as early as 4:30 in the morning with our pastry cooks. 6 a.m. would be another peak time, all the way through 9 o'clock to bring all of our administrative staff in. Then we have the afternoon shift that may start between 12, 1, 2, and 3 to take us through the evening.
There's not like 4 or 6 hour blocks where you have a whole bunch of people all changing at once. It sounds like it's a bit more staggered.
It is, sir.
Okay, great. That helps.
Madam Chair, and Commissioner
Ms.
Bartlett,
Kennedy?
the spreadsheet that Ms. Allen was referring to was something that was emailed to you recently.
Yes, we received that.
So that kind of shows the staggering of the shifts and how that works.
We
Okay.
have that. Mhm.
All right.
Madam Chair, I mean, I understand where Commissioner Bartlett's going with this, and I think that it's assumed, or I would expect, that any successful parking program is going to, one, ensure that not only either the employees are parked on site per the condition of approval, or they are not parked within the neighborhood. And I think we need to define what that neighborhood is, because as you look over my shoulder, they're the most immediate streets. And if we're patrolling those most immediate streets, it's possible that an employee will go up to Las Tunas or down to Pedregosa or wherever. I mean, we do need to kind of define the neighborhood, because at some point, the employees could conceivably park at the Old Mission, or park at the Cabrillo lot, or the Carrillo commuter lot, and be nowhere near, or not causing any issue to the neighborhood, therefore satisfying the condition, yet not satisfying the condition because they're not parked on site. So this is what I'm getting at as far as this condition of approval, while trying to address the neighbors' concerns about having secondary effects due to the operation of the hotel. This condition of approval is an inartful attempt at addressing that. What we're trying to do with this substantial conformance determination is have the hotel work with the city, propose a program that addresses the intent of that condition of approval, which is to address the secondary effects of not only the employee parking, but also the guest parking, or any other invitees that are associated with the operation of the hotel within this neighborhood. And so that's really what we're getting at. And so to speak to Commissioner Bartlett's questions, I would define a successful parking program to be designed in such a manner that even at peak parking demand periods, employees of the hotel are either parked on the hotel site or are not parked within the defined neighborhood. And then leave it up to the hotel, because as you saw the graph that they had there, they're going to know how the operations of their hotel and what they need to do to address them better than any of us.
So we're here today to determine a program that we think would work without getting hung up on the exact number of what are the peaks and the quantification.
I'm anticipating hearing from the commission today to tell the community development director if you're going to grant a substantial conformance determination regarding this condition of approval, it needs to address the peak parking demands of the project in a manner where the employees are either parked on site or not parked in the neighborhood. Hotel, figure out how to do that.
So to go back to your question then on distance, so that relates to two things. You know, what's the distance around El Condo that we're defining as the neighborhood where we don't want any employees to be parking? And then how does that relate to the ordinance requirement for off-site parking that says it has to be within 1,250 feet?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, that requirement is a requirement for off-site parking satisfaction of required parking spaces, required by the ordinance.
So when you're beyond the ordinance requirement, that falls away.
That very section of the ordinance refers to required parking spaces. So in one sense, I would say that limitation doesn't apply to this circumstance regarding the employee parking because, and this goes back to Mr. Foley's comment, if we did a parking demand study for a 97-room hotel, you'd find that they are meeting the parking demand, whether it's under the city's ordinance or under the ITE numbers for a 97-room hotel. This is not your ordinary 97-room hotel, and it's the nature of their business that is creating the higher parking demand.
Well, good. That eliminates one of my questions, which was what happens when we're beyond 1,250 requiring discretionary, but it doesn't apply because it's not the required parking.
Right. So in that sense, I wouldn't say that that's a constraint because you're not going to find the solution to this problem. You're not going to find a site, a commercial site, within 1,250 feet of this hotel that can satisfy that ordinance requirement. So if we bind our hands with that ordinance requirement, our solution falls away. Okay. The solution is going to be an off-site parking of these employees at a site. Either maybe First Presbyterian is a complete solution. It might be possible or it might be required, necessary, for the hotel to come up with a secondary off-site parking location to meet those peak demand periods. I don't know yet.
So what I found interesting in doing my research before coming in today was going back to the old MND, and this was December of 2008. And in the MND, under parking, it identified that there's insufficient parking capacity for the projected amount of automobiles and bicycles. And then on the very next page, when it talks about project parking supply and parking demand, this is transportation staff has determined that the peak demand for the proposal is 100 spaces. Therefore, you know, M&D's approved. They identified it wasn't going to work, but let's approve it anyway, and off we go. So I'm not surprised that we're here today, you know, when I go back and look at this document. So,
well, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, you've heard a couple times that parking is not part of CEQA, and there's a nuanced answer to that, and it comes back to a decision from the First District Court of Appeal out of San Francisco, a 2002 decision that identifies that the social inconvenience of having to hunt for scarce parking spaces is not an environmental impact. However, it goes on to say that the secondary effect of scarce parking on traffic and air quality is. So there's this duality thing, and we talked about it earlier, of the traffic impacts related to parking that could rise to a level of an impact. However, you've also heard from Mr. Foley how the city evaluates traffic impacts and the level of service. Even driving around, even having all of these let's take away the condition of approval for a moment. Have all of the employees driving around the neighborhood searching for parking. You're still not going to get to a level of service that's going to trigger a city traffic impact. You're going to have a lot of annoyed neighbors, but you're not going to have a level of service impact that's going to rise to a level of a significant CEQA impact. So, again, I agree that we need to carefully analyze the parking situation in this neighborhood, but I don't see CEQA and CEQA impacts driving us to a solution. Well, we need to come back to the fact that the issue underlying the condition of approval is that the employees, that the neighborhood and the hotel agreed in 2004 not to have their employees parking in this neighborhood. And how we get to that solution, that's what we're trying to achieve here.
Well, I agree with you. It just seems ironic that it's identified as being inadequate, but it's not applicable, so we're not going to deal with it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bartlett, I want to just clarify one thing. I think what you read from the MND where it says parking resultant insufficient parking capacity on that first page so that's under the guidelines. That's something we look at. If you look above that, it says vehicle traffic, circulation, and then parking. So those are the guidelines we look at. That's not a determination in regard to this particular project.
Right.
So we're not saying it's insufficient. It's what we look at, whether the parking results in insufficient parking or not. That's one of the things we look at.
Yeah, it's just an irrelevant statement that's in the document.
No, it's under the guidelines. It's one thing we look at.
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Mr. Bartlett, any further questions at this time? Ms. Peugeot, and additional questions?
Yes, there's one I should have asked earlier, but also I just want to make a minor comment in listening to Commissioner Bartlett speak in regards to that ordinance provision of the 1,250 feet. It's also my understanding, because this was a master plan and a discretionary project, that the commission or final decision makers on it had the ability to modify, make it fit, even if there was an ordinance provision out there with the 1,250 feet. So what we ended up with was a plan that, if it was appropriate, adequate, and the findings could be made, wasn't really stuck to the need of having to comply with that exact portion of the ordinance. Is that right?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the way I would explain it is the applicant proposed a 97-room hotel. They provided 97 to 100 spaces on site, satisfying the ordinance's parking requirement. Therefore, there was no parking modification. We didn't get to a parking demand study because of that. We did do a parking demand study later because they were altering the project, and a study was submitted. And surprise, surprise, it showed that the 100 spaces provided on site satisfied the ITE standards for a 97-room hotel.
Yeah, makes
sense.
Thanks.
We ended up with a condition of approval. I'm not sure.
Right.
I don't even remember if I was here either.
I understand, actually.
So.
That makes sense to me, and it's
no, I don't think
roundabout way, or so it does. My question that I intended to but skipped over last time is one of our speakers today, a couple of them actually, brought up fire access, evacuation, that kind of thing. So has any contact been made with the fire department? And have we ever gotten any information from them about whether the parking that's actually used on those streets creates obstacles for evacuation or fire purposes?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, as I said before, while violating this condition of approval is not a towable offense, if someone parks in an illegal manner on those streets, absolutely it can be towed. So I think if a neighbor saw a car, whether it is an employee of the hotel, a guest of the hotel, or anybody else visiting Orpit Park, if it's parked in a red zone, if it's parked in a fire access area, if it's parked in a manner that's blocking the travel lane, that's an offense that can be towed. So, because if a car's parked legally up there, then it's parked legally.
So I'm assuming you're saying that because a car might be parked legally, then we actually don't have an issue with fire because of this current enforcement issue?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Peugeot, the fire department is very aware of all the parking around there. We've had other discussions about it way back when, and we've They're very aware of not having parking like Alvarado Place. There's no parking on either side because of that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Campanella, additional questions?
Question for the applicant, if I can. A number of years ago, which maybe was the last time I saw this, but valet parking at the time, may have been at the old hotel, used the Riviera parking lot. There was a designated area where they were parking cars of guests or visitors that came in for the restaurant. Is there any off-site parking that's provided by agreement for people who are attending the restaurant, non-guests?
Not for the restaurant, sir. We do have an agreement is should we have an event that requires additional space, then we will go ahead and rent across the street the spaces there for a fee. And there's a written agreement to that effect.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions before I ask mine? Okay, very good. I want to go to page 2 of the staff report. Did I hear that there are more than 100 spaces on site now? I thought I heard something like 121, 120. Could you, Mr. Foley, could you give us an update or clarify?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure. Because it's a valet situation, they don't have necessarily spaces, so they pack in as many cars as they can get. I believe we're somewhere in the range of 121, 126, 121.
You mean so they can accommodate 121 cars, they have 100 spaces? Is that
They're
the bottom line?
required to park 100 spaces. They're able to park 121.
Okay. So in the original, I want to go back for a minute and ask you, since I wasn't on the commission also in '04, when the 100 spaces were approved, was that only in relation to the 97 guest rooms? And where I'm going with this is, where is the accounting for the restaurant goers who aren't guests, the event goers who aren't guests, and the spa goers who or visitors who are not guests? How are those other 3 types of visitors and potential parking needs factored into the analysis that led us to this underparked situation we're in today?
Madam Chair, I also was not here in 2004, but looking at the ITE rates for a resort hotel, it takes those amenities into account as far as the rates. So you would have a 97-room hotel has the number of parking spaces as on average would be 97 spaces.
So that leads me to ask the applicant, if you know, and I know you told us when you started working for the El Encanto, but to go from an anticipated 98, I guess occupancy of 98, or not occupancy, number, 97 or 98, to 215, I'm sorry, employees, right, 98 to 215 today. There was in 06, 98, now we have 215. If the number of rooms was known, and there was some accounting for restaurant activity, event activity, and spa activity, why was there such an overshooting of the number to where we are today at 215? Do you have any idea about what happened with the model and the assumptions? No. Does staff have any idea, either Ms. Kennedy or Mr. Foley, what happened with how the mathematics played out with all of this? Because I'm not seeing the dots connect, and I think that in part is why we're in the dilemma we are today, looking for a solution. And the reason I'm pressing for all of this, I'll tell you, and I'll say more when we get to comments later in the evening, is because I think it's not just sufficient to craft solutions. I think we have to ask ourselves why we are in the situation we are in order to hopefully avoid being in this situation again. So I think we really do need to be somewhat revisionist and analyze backwards as well as forwards. So that's why I'm pressing for this, and I'll be asking other questions that are similar. So no, we don't know. Nope. Okay. All right. To Ms. Fajardo, are you holding, and holding any sessions with the employees? Perhaps Ms. Peugeot was querying you a bit about this, for feedback on how the plan is working, the shuttle service, the First Presbyterian Church site, all of that?
No, nothing formal, but I can certainly put something together
Okay.
and do that.
That would be a strong suggestion on my part, because we have a letter from a member of the public that references a conversation with one of your employees. I understand it's just one employee conversation, but the comment back to the nearby resident was that the shuttle service doesn't run frequently enough. And for any of us who have used shuttles, it's not appealing when the shuttle either isn't affordable and or it doesn't run frequently enough to get you to your destination in a timely manner. In this case, it's for a job, so you want your employees to show up on time. And
yes,
so
I've
I'm
been
sure
made
there's an
aware of
incentive
those
there.
hiccups, those issues.
Okay.
And these issues arise when a shuttle driver is trying to be accommodating and is not sticking to the schedule. And so to leave other people who do get to the destination at the time behind. So we've addressed that. I believe that we don't have those issues anymore because we've taken a firm approach with our shuttle drivers as well.
Now, while I have you up here at the podium, I want to ask you about the myriad ways in which you would implement a more comprehensive and more effective plan. From all the paperwork we've received, and I'm sure all the paperwork you're having to obtain and maintain, have you talked to anybody, perhaps other hoteliers, even in other states, who are using online handheld devices to do this type of tracking? It could be scanning the license plates. It could be scanning the decals, because I actually know of other cities in other countries that are doing this. So with a reader, you're scanning all this information. You have it immediately uploaded. You can analyze it. You can report out on it easily enough. But you're having to manage a lot of paper. And I'm just concerned that anything we might recommend be an imposition of even more paperwork. And I don't know if that's going to yield the result we're all hoping for or that's needed. So do you have any thoughts for me on some type of an online and more technologically advanced?
I'd love to seek right now the option that you've just mentioned. I didn't realize there was such a thing out there that we can do to go ahead and remove the manual entries that we're doing right now today.
Okay.
But if you could you give me a little more information?
Do you have a
so I
chief
can-
technology officer at your corporation? I'm sure they could
Yes.
do that research for you
Okay.
because it's out there. And I just
Thank
want
you.
to suggest that
Thank you.
because even just going through all the paperwork we have, I'm trying to imagine what this effort will be like for you, and to get it correct will be quite a burden. And we want you to succeed, and the neighbors want you to succeed, and I'm just concerned if you have to keep shuffling rosters and going out with, a clipboards and whatnot, if that's really going to yield the result that we need. So
Thank
maybe
you.
you could have your CTO look
Yes.
at do that research.
I
Okay.
will. Thank you.
Do you, okay, I'll leave it at that. I'm trying to move pretty quickly through my questions here. So on the parking lot, I'm looking at the parking lot use agreement with the Presbyterian Church and going back to, I think, some lines of question that Ms. Peugeot had. When I look at this vis-a-vis your shuttle schedule, it really doesn't seem to align. I'm looking at the first time your shuttle shows up at the Presbyterian Church and how late it runs versus your MOU, your Memorandum of Understanding with the church. And so rather than getting down into the details, which I could because I've studied both, I aligned these documents, I would suggest that you go back with your team and look very closely at your agreement with the church and what that limits you to, and then what you actually need at the hotel, which appears to be beyond the constraints in your MOU.
I understand.
So I think you're going to find yourself in a predicament when they don't match up for a variety of reasons. Whether it's the shuttle stops or there's no lighting, and then it's a danger to your employees. That was one of my other concerns. I would think that you'd have that concern too. It's now dark, and individuals are getting in and out of their car in a dark parking lot, late at night. But that leads me to ask you about whether or not you have a plan right now. As of November 1st of this year, you're going to be constrained. You're going to be, the number of spaces you'll have will be decreased from 40 to 20. So that's just 2 months away. And so what I would want to know is, does the El Encanto have a plan right now as to how you're going to park the number of employees you need, or team members as you call them, beginning November 1st?
Yes, actually last year what we ended up doing is we ended up visiting the number of spaces and reducing the number of spaces simply because of the occupancy levels, and that was just a financial decision because the spaces were not being utilized. We are, however, prepared to just maintain the 40 spaces, and I understand as well that the church has agreed to that. So I can follow up on all of these items with the church, and certainly now that you brought that to my attention, the closer detail to that, I would want to reach out to them to make sure again that we have it reflecting what our utilization is.
Okay.
To include past November.
Okay. And I don't think we have in our packet, but I would be looking for this, is speaking of capacity and utilization of the 40 spaces for the number of days a week. I think it's 6 days a week. Is that right? That you have available to you at the church. How many are being used? Are all 40 used every day? And then what are you doing for overflow? But that's the type of monitoring and data analysis you're going to need that I'm not sensing is being completed today. And as part of a solution, as Mr. Vincent said, what's the solution? All of this leads towards a solution, but it's going to be extremely robust effort on your part to get all of this done.
I understand.
Okay. So that's it on the church. I want to now go to, you can go ahead and have a seat because I may have questions for staff, but I'll call you back up. So, Mr. Vincent, I want to come back to you and press a little bit more on the initial question I asked. I am not clear on whether or not there's some threshold at which point an original condition of approval evolves or morphs so far away from the initial one that even if we were to come up with, we could conceive of any solution as, I don't want to say a Band-Aid to, but a remedy for what was ill-conceived, what was insufficiently analyzed, what have you. And I don't know, by policy, by city policy, is there a tipping point at which we say, no, we just can't come up with a solution, whether it's in the form of an SCD or something else, that actually we have to revisit all of the data on which that condition was approved by that planning commission at the time, and kind of crack it open because the gap is too wide.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, the El Encanto Hotel has a vested right based on the conditions of approval at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They could walk away and say, we're going to park all of our employees on site as our condition requires, and we'll displace our guests, and we'll satisfy the conditions of approval as our approvals were granted. And I don't think we'd be at a solution. But I would be hard-pressed to undo that vested right that they built a hotel. And Trish knows better than I, Ms. Allen knows better than I about the expense of the construction of that hotel. I would be really hard-pressed to see how a court would see that they do not have a vested right to proceed with the operation of the hotel based on the conditions of approval as they were set by the Planning Commission at that time. That being said, I don't think the hotel wants to operate their hotel in such a way that their employees are displacing their guests. I don't think their hotel would be very functional or very successful if that were the case. They would meet their conditions of approval, but I don't think they would meet their goals as far as operation is concerned. So I think that the city and the hotel have a unity of interest in finding a solution to this issue other than simply satisfying the condition of approval as it is written.
Okay, so more a practical approach. Is this what you're thinking?
I mean,
Right? Isn't that
And as
what
far
you're-
as revisiting, if we're not revisiting this condition of approval right now, I don't know what we're doing. Because we've
I
been
think it's warranted. I'm just
we've
gonna
been here
speak my
now almost
mind.
3 hours, and all we've done is talk about this condition of approval and trying to find some solution to achieve the intent of that condition, which is to not have the primary use of the streets around this hotel as satisfying the parking demand of the hotel.
Okay. Thank you. So the next thing I want to ask staff, probably Mr. Foley. So yesterday I went to the neighborhood and I took some photos of all the different parking signs, okay? And I understand that this no hotel parking sign is the kind of resident, neighbor created but not city approved. Is that correct? It says no hotel parking with, a P and a red line through it.
Madam Chair.
Is that right?
Yes, it is. That's correct. It's put
Okay,
up by
so do we need to
neighbor.
take, do these have to come down and is part of our solution? I just want to understand, because there are a myriad of different signs with different messages in the neighborhood now.
Right. I checked
Mm-hmm.
on that, and that's it's being allowed to stay temporarily.
Okay.
Until some very future time, unknown at the present. At some point when we get this resolved, we will enforce on having that sign removed.
I'm going to say okay, not because I agree, but I'm going to move on. So then there's the tow away, no parking anytime sign. Are these city approved and
Yes, that's correct.
implemented signs?
Yes.
Okay. They are distributed not throughout, but in some strategic places where it seems like it's most dangerous to park. But there are other places where it looks like there's no parking yet. The sign's not there, so we'll talk about that. Then there's I think these 3 spaces up above Orpit that have been referenced, Orpit Park. And this is a different sign. No parking between 10 p.m. and sunrise, and then there's fine print, then there's the municipal code that's referenced. So why do we have this sign here as to simply, because we allow the 3 parking spaces,
that's a
constrained time
park-related
frame, but still
sign.
any member of the public can park here.
That's correct.
As Mr. Vincent said, any member of the public can park here, including hotel employees. But what gets triggered is if the hotel needs to take enforcement action from a management plan, but not to tow the employees from these 3 spots. Okay, and employees, I also noticed yesterday an employee was parking there because I watched the employee. So then we go to Presbyterian Church, and it says reserved for El Encanto employees except Sunday mornings. Was this intended to stay as well?
So
the
that will be
sign?
changed. That was their initial agreement.
This is going to change?
Yes, that was the initial agreement that no parking would be allowed on Sundays, but they've worked it out with the hotel and the church together. So I believe they're making new signs.
Okay.
Now, yes.
New
So
signs
new
will
signs
go
will
up.
be going up soon.
Okay. Lastly, there's the Riviera Park sign, and this says no hotel parking at any time, and then there are other, exit, customer parking only, unauthorized vehicles will be towed at owner's expense. But I'm wondering how this sign correlates with the agreement that I thought I heard the El Encanto has with the Riviera Park, where for event parking, event goers can park across the street at the Riviera Park. So maybe you could help us with that, Ms. Fajardo.
Yes, thank you. We used to have an issue with employees parking everywhere. And across the street was one of the locations. We had an agreement when we opened the property that this was not going to be employee parking. So I believe they took it upon themselves to put that notice up.
Okay. So how does that relate to events where some event goers are directed to park across the street at the Riviera Park?
2 are separate. One is the event parking for the purposes of the event, where we have the drawn up agreement. We sign off on the agreement each time the event is going to take place. So that's specifically for events where we know that there's going to be an overflow of vehicles.
Okay.
Yes. Valet, yes. It's also valeted. I'm not sure of that. As far as
Okay, so my question to staff then on that is, and I asked this question earlier, the condition that's referenced, going back to 04, the condition that's referenced in our packet only speaks to employees, and yet I thought I heard that it also pertains to other types of individuals who need to park in the area. It's not just employee parking. It's also, the parking management plan also needs to account for everybody else that's looking to, who wants to park on the property, and where do they park? Again, restaurant goers, spa goers, event goers, employees. We sort of have 4 different parking types of parkers, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm asking staff if you would agree to incorporate into a solution that we may come up with that includes an enhanced parking management plan that goes beyond just employees, so that all parkers who need to come and partake of the El Encanto, they're all very clear, and the management is very clear about who can park where and what that process is, the protocols and the process.
Madam Chair, I would like to just keep this as a specific condition, substantial conformance determination, just dealing with the employees. When we talked with the hotel initially, we told them that's what we're going to focus on, employee parking only. We're not talking about events that happen now and again. This is the day-to-day employee parking issue that we would like to deal with at this point. And with this and the parking management plan components that we talked about, just deal with that.
So then my question to you would be, the 100 parking spaces that were approved, for the number of guest rooms that they have now and the restaurant activity and the spa activity, I'm setting aside events because they have an agreement with the Riviera Park, right, with the Tobes. If those other uses are taking up the 100 spaces, why are we limiting this to just employee parking? You know, we have constrained parking capacity, and it's not just about where the employees park. It's also other individuals who are partaking of the property, who are participating, the restaurant goers, the spa goers, who are not necessarily guests at the hotel, having their car parked overnight or for days at a time. Yet it seems to me we are overlooking that parking pressure, the parking need to address that it seems to me was not sufficiently addressed back in the original approval or even the subsequent master plan. So I understand the agreement you made with El Encanto, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues to see what they think of this, but a partial solution to a bigger parking issue seems to me to be a waste of time and unenlightened. I'll just put it that way.
Madam Chair, I'm very clear that there's an employee parking problem, but it's not clear to me that there's an overall other parking problem.
Okay, well, I guess until there's an analysis of who's parking where and for how long, and all of that data collection I'm suggesting that's required, I don't know that we really have a full set of good data to use in crafting any solution. Okay, I'll keep going here. Okay, now I'm going to go to some questions I have from documentation received from the public or letters from the public. We received a letter from David Kimbrough, August 28th, and it talks about both valet in the middle of the street and semi-trucks blocking the road. So I don't know if you have this letter in front of you. I can hand it over to you. I just wanted to get staff and or the El Encanto's comments to these assertions that part of the public street is also being used, not just the parking areas that even may be legal for anybody to park in, but now we have actually parts of the middle of the street that are allegedly being used for private use of the El Encanto's needs. And this is not employee parking, which is why I'm coming back to I think the issue is larger than employee parking, even though I know some only want to talk about employee parking. Yeah, you know which letter I'm referring to by Mr. Kimbrough?
Actually, I haven't located it. Is it in?
This was in a group packet that Ms. Rodriguez emailed to us. And, okay, maybe you could just make a note of it. Valet parking, okay, I'll read it to you. More often than not, the valet at the El Encanto literally sets up their booth in the middle of the street on Alvarado Place. That's one comment. When they have an event such as a wedding. So valet set up in the middle of a public street. Further on, another paragraph, you will see semi-trucks blocking the road because they refuse to use the loading dock. That's another issue I would just ask you to investigate. And instead load everything through the garden below, comma, shuttle buses blocking the road to pick up and drop off guests, employees, vendor trucks blocking the road because they won't use the dock. So here we have another traffic circulation impact and issue to address, and it's non-employee.
Right, Madam Chair, I think these issues are being brought to the attention of the hotel.
Okay.
And I understand that they are hearing these complaints. And
Okay.
I would
Now,
defer
okay,
to them
I'm
about
gonna
handling
keep-
it.
Okay, I'll keep moving. So then Matthew Hall sent us a letter, and he references the Biltmore and San Ysidro Ranch. These are not in the city, but I'm wondering if our staff has looked into, and also the El Encanto, looked into whether their parking management plans would be of help for us in this situation. Is there anything we can glean, any best practices, anything that's working well for them that would be helpful for us in this case?
Madam Chair, I was aware that they have the parking decal stickers.
No, I don't know exactly what their plans are, but I'm just asking,
Well, I'm saying-
have we researched?
We have not researched it, but I was aware and have seen the stickers. So that was one reason why we were pushing the hotel to use the decals.
Okay.
Like the other hotels do.
Okay, well, if there are other hotels in the area, whether or not they're in the city of Santa Barbara, but in the South Coast, that the county, maybe county planning knows if they have these type of a robust parking management plan, maybe it'd be helpful to obtain those plans to see if there's something that would be of good guidance for us and helpful to the El Encanto. And let's see. I think another thing was answered here. I'm going to go to a September 2nd letter from Gregory Parker. So in general, there's a theme throughout both Mr. Parker's letters and some other letters from members of the public that the incremental improvements that we've seen or that the neighborhood has experienced have been directly related to and only because the city is sort of now bearing down on the El Encanto. And I know this is an uncomfortable question to pose, but I think we need to air everything today. So I'd like staff's candid feedback on that, because I think that whatever your answer is, it should be factored into a realistic solution.
Madam Chair, I do believe that the improvements are based on having this hearing, upcoming hearing.
Okay.
And I thought that perhaps that would happen, which is why we didn't want to postpone it, and we wanted to have it now as opposed to waiting to get all the additional information that we've requested that we haven't received yet.
Okay. So as we put a set, let's say we put a set of a new plan in place with compliance requirements, this solution that Mr. Vincent has referenced. My next question then is, and this is on page 4 of Mr. Parker's September 2nd letter, and it refers to administrative fines. So then I don't know if this is to Mr. Vincent. I'd like to understand what our legal options are in crafting a solution that has financial consequences to noncompliance.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, yes, I think any successful parking management plan is going to have meaningful penalty procedures or penalty provisions built into it. As a practical matter, again, it comes back to that this solution is going to be an agreed upon solution between the hotel and the city. Ultimately, we have to be a bit practical about the penalties, but at the same time, the penalties have to be sufficient so that the hotel has an adequate incentive to take the steps, as you've acknowledged, will probably be at least administratively burdensome, if not financially expensive to accomplish. Mm-hmm. The ultimate goal, or the ultimate penalty associated with not satisfying the condition of approval regarding employee parking within employees not parking on site would be potential revocation of the certificate of occupancy for failure to satisfy a condition of approval. Mm-hmm. I don't see that as, that would be an ultimate and last ditch effort mm-hmm. for compliance. I don't think anybody would be looking for that. Mm-hmm. What I expect is that the staff and the hotel will work together to come up with a penalty or enforcement structure that's meaningful, that's effective, and has and provides the appropriate incentives. Sitting here now, any of us could come up with a number, and I don't know. We could come up with a number, and it maybe in some situations, the hotel would be like, okay, we'll write that check today because we have a particular guest that wants to have a particular event, and they'll write that check.
Yes, we know about those situations.
So
not with the El Encanto, but.
So, that's, so we, sitting here and now, we could come up with numbers, and there are people in this world to whom numbers don't really matter.
So then what are we going to base our number on?
Again, sitting here now, and this is going to have to be an agreed upon scenario. The hotel, as I've mentioned before, could walk away from this table and say, yeah, you've got your condition of approval. Mm-hmm. It says that the employees shall park on our site, and we'll make sure that the employees park on our site. Thank you, city.
Yeah, I hear you.
And so that's the situation we're stuck with right now. Okay. And the fact that the hotel representatives are here, and I heard what you were asking before, they are complying now, whether it's because of this hearing or some other change in management, a change in management philosophy. Now they want to be a good neighbor. I don't know. And it's only time will tell whether any of these things are going to work. And it will rely on the hotel's good desire to be a good neighbor, as well as the ultimate threat of their certificate of occupancy being suspended or withheld because they're not satisfying their conditions of approval. So
my last question, I see Mr. Bartlett has his light on. My last question to staff then is, Ms. Kennedy, you had early on in your presentation a slide pertaining to a staff recommendation of periodic reporting, and I think maybe a one-year time frame horizon is appropriate. Could you put that back up for the Commission's consideration when we get to comments? Yeah. Because I want to ask you and/or Mr. Foley, what do you think the interval of reporting back to this commission should be? I understand that staff might be meeting or might look to meet monthly or propose to meet monthly, but then I'd like a sense of, should this commission direct staff to bring this back to a public hearing, what would be an appropriate window for that so that we can all come back, we can all reconvene on this to determine progress or lack thereof?
All right. Are you asking when do you think? I missed the beginning.
Yeah, not the plan with staff, but when it might be appropriate. Should the commission direct you to have this item, a new plan, the solution, compliance, all of that come back to this commission, what might be the appropriate window for that? Should the commission direct staff to do that as part of next steps?
Well, I would like to see a number of months of compliance before I don't want to be in the same position where we are right today. So I would like to come back with
a recommendation about the number of months?
I would say
that's
after,
back to staff. That's not back to the commission. I'm specifically
the season is slowing down, and it would start up again in, I believe, March. I'm not sure when it gets busy again, but I would say a couple of months after that, so we could
spring.
see
We could pick,
spring.
For example, if the commission were so inclined.
Yes.
A date in the spring to bring it back to the full commission.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Bartlett, back to you with questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, since we've spent 3 hours on condition A7, can we spend a few minutes on condition A8? Because I think it has bigger ramifications than beyond this project, but this is a condition.
Let's re-identify that, if you would, for us.
Well, that's the bus pass condition, that the owner shall, buy the bus passes. And then at the very end of that, it also says a copy of the contract with MTD shall be provided to the transportation planning manager. So what's the obligation on the flip side when MTD cancels the bus line? Does the transportation planning manager cross off the requirement for El Encanto because they can't fulfill that condition? I mean, this one is not self-inflicted. It's inflicted by MTD canceling service, and yet it's a condition of approval for the project. So, we do this on a lot of projects, so it's a little bit bigger discussion, but I think we want to roll it in because it's kind of exacerbating the condition that El Encanto's in. They can't have employees ride the bus because MTD canceled the bus service. Was El Encanto offered the opportunity to help fund that bus line or whatever? I don't know. What did the transportation planning manager do about it since they're copied on the contract? Is there any responsibility there? I think somehow we want to understand this because it relates to other projects, not just this one. We put this condition on a lot of projects. So what is the responsibility of MTD? A lot of projects have to put in bus passes or bus stops and all these other improvements only to have it yanked away. So,
Mr. Foley, did you have any response for us?
Madam Chair, I don't necessarily have a response except for that because line 22 no longer exists and it's not necessarily convenient, I suppose an employee still could request a bus pass, get them closer, but you're probably not going to get a lot of employees requesting a bus pass for work. So I would say this condition is still valid, but I just don't think there's going to be a lot of demand for it.
Madam Chair. Well, all of these conditions of approval are created at a static point in time with the best intentions of addressing project impacts. And we try to anticipate the reasonably foreseeable situations. I would say regarding this particular condition and its use with many other projects is that in most cases the bus lines exist and continue to exist. In this particular case, lines 6 and 11 go with very regular frequency past the First Presbyterian Church at Constance and State, and there is a bus stop at Constance and State. So there's some utility there, and from there the employee can get on the shuttle and go up to the site. But again, it comes back to my initial statement, which is these are best conditions of approval are the best efforts at trying to address the situations as presented by these projects. And so while line 22 would have been was a more effective solution, I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Anything else, Mr. Bartlett? No, on that?
That's
Or
it.
anything
I
else?
just wanted to mention it since we hadn't brought that up yet.
Yeah, right. Ms. Peugeot, additional questions before we go to a 5-minute break?
Yes, it relates to the Condition 8 discussion that was just brought up. Just to mention, initially when I read that, like Commissioner Bartlett, I also thought, ooh, is that a moot point? But it's pretty clear that if you can get to the Constance parking lot, it's very convenient to take the bus there and get on the shuttle and then go up. And so I thought, okay, well, actually, that's a really good thing. You don't have to rely on just that line 22. The only other item on there is when you read through at least the current incentives that the hotel has provided, it's not at all clear that you don't have to park your car in that lot to use the shuttle. So that would just be another aspect that, and it's one example, there may be other reasons to use the shuttle, emergency ride home, or I don't know what. But I think it's important that that shuttle be able to be used even if you don't actually park your car in that lot, because also your statistics and your data sheets all either just say park in lot or use MTD, and there's a little potential mismatch there.
Okay, any other questions from the commission before we take a 5-minute break? I thank everybody for your patience and your participation. So it's 6:16, so we're going to come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Again, thanks to everybody who are still here. It's been a long day. And so I'm going to bring it back to the commission for comments now. And I just want to remind us that this is direction. It's been a discussion item. It's also direction to staff. And of course, the applicant is here on behalf of the El Encanto. And so it's the pleasure of the commission as to how we want to direct staff to proceed. Mr. Jordan, would you like to go first?
I would. Then I may leave.
No, you can't leave until we all leave.
That'll teach me to go first.
There's a little bit of levity at this hour, so pardon us.
They'll teach me to go first, ask one question, and then sit back, I think. Just before I talk about direction, just a couple of the comments that were made just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, so I just want to talk about those. And that was, one, I always sit up and my radar goes up when anybody ever talks about public parking spaces and the safety issue. And that was appropriately addressed, I think, by Mr. Vincent's comments. But if there is a safety issue with the fire department and access from people parking legally on the street, then the city should be looking into that. That shouldn't be part of a consideration for people being allowed to park publicly on the street. It either exists at that level or not. I also giggled a little to myself when you had that slide up there on the towing issue. I congratulate also Mr. Vincent for saying that too. That would be a tough arrangement between an employer and an employer to start towing employees' legally parked cars off the street that aren't legally noticed that there's no parking there. And I congratulate you on getting away with one of those without having a liability issue. And I'm also one of those, we've chased everybody out of here, but I am one of those suspicious cars parked in your neighborhood. I drive a truck with a rack on top. I don't like valet parking. When I go to events 2 or 3 times a year, I park on the street. I don't really want to test the height of the garage or some guy's skill at figuring that out. And I don't think that a customer's car deserves to be snooped around or looked at as somebody that's a suspicious car in the neighborhood. There is legal parking in that neighborhood, and that should be allowed to be parked there. Okay, given all that and to the issue, my first inclination on this is that this whole mess, if you will, certainly in my mind rises above the level of a substantial conformance determination and actually cries out for an application to amend the conditions. This is, just as said before, the world's worst condition that was ever put in place on this type of operation, and here we are. I get that my inclination that an SCD isn't the right way to handle this is a dead end, and I appreciate all the advice that's been given in terms of looking for a solution. But going in that direction, I also don't think that what's in front of us today allows us to comment accurately on a solution. If this was a design board, what's happening today is the applicant's here and has a piece of paper in front of us with a building footprint on it and is asking the design board to comment and design the house for them. And I don't think, one, that's the proper way to do it, and two, I don't think I'm qualified to do it. I think what should be taking place is the applicant should be looking at their particular operations, our particular concerns, and should come back to us for comments on their plan. They don't have a plan today. The plan today is a plan that's been non-responsive to the city's request and that has been followed up just by a representative standing up in front of us and saying, we'll take care of that. And I don't like the burden then of trying to figure out what their operations are, what the consequences of my comment might be on an operation I know nothing about, and hearing nothing from other commissioners' comments on what could or could not be taking place. So my suggestion or direction would be, with the tourism season winding down and the presumption that the problem, one, should be lessening just due to that issue, that the tourism season is winding down. The hotel has been put on notice to step up their efforts, and from all appearances has been stepping up their efforts. What I would be in support of is directing them to continue to work with staff to put together a better representation of their plan and the details, incorporating some of the comments they've heard today on employee peak times, on amount of parking spaces, on what events are taking place when, and come back and go through this process again where they actually put forth a plan for consideration according to the city's template, somewhat in the staff report, and that we give comments on that plan at that time. That could be 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, something like that. In general, I think your challenge is tough. It relies upon a monitoring and a sticker and a patrol process that's dependent upon an employee, one, identifying that they have a car they drive to work, and two, putting a sticker in it. And if they don't do it, then the guy's just a wild card out there. And how do you force them to do it? I don't know what you do. I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel. The Housing Authority has processes with their residential customers that regulate if they have cars or not. So I know there's a legal process where you can actually pull vehicle registration information based on address with a person's permission. I think those are the level of details and type of processes you're going to need to go through to ensure that every employee is supposed to put a sticker on their car, and we also think we know every employee with a car. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Bartlett's concerns on not knowing the number of parking spaces you need, but then being asked to comment on, we'll have 40 over here and we have 100 there. On August 9th, I was on the patio at the hotel with my wife at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's a Saturday afternoon. I know that on that day, starting at 2 o'clock, the hotel had 3 weddings, and on the day I was there, the patio was filled. It's also a Saturday. That's the type of day that I want to know, hour by hour, how many employees were on site, how many of those employees were driving cars, how many of those employees were not driving cars, how many employees were taking some other means. A peak time like that. Maybe you really need 60 spaces for a day like that and not 40. So talking about 40 just seems like it's just a number we're making up, and how do we know that that's even going to solve the problem? I think in general, another reason that I wouldn't be willing to that I would insist upon this coming back to the Commission with more detail to then offer recommendations before a determination was made is that I think it's clear to me that in the last year and a half, the hotel has not been a good neighbor. That whether that was purposeful or just as a result of a great tourism year, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, okay? But because it's been a great tourism year. I know it's been a great tourism year for everybody in town. And so it's a tough conflict there. You've also seen the demise of the MTD line. You've had an increase in your employees over what was originally thought of. And right now, I think the details of your off-site parking plan are at best sketchy and are certainly in the long term probably unpredictable. And I think all that needs to be firmed up. And if you want comment, if staff would like comments on that, I think that's what we should be commenting on, not a blank piece of paper in front of us, and be commenting on what our design of that particular plan would be. So that would be my direction. We'll see how much support that gathers, but that we determine a period of time. This plan gets firmed up. We're blessed with that it's the tail end of the tourism season, and hopefully the neighborhood should see some relief with the stick that's been put in front of them, so there are increased efforts, but that they be required to come back and put a real plan in front of us where we can talk about the details and offer our comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It's an interesting concept, actually, that my fellow commissioner just proposed. But I'll go through my comments here. It's clear that the project is underparked. Parking study, no parking study. I think the evidence is clear that it is underparked. That's not necessarily a bad thing all the time if there's an alternative strategy that works. I think the whole point here is to find something that actually works so that it's not just fulfilling the commitment on paper, but it actually works for everybody. And as I mentioned before, I think that if that can be accomplished, then it's really win-win-win. It's win for the applicant, win for the neighborhood, and also win for the city because it's a direction that fits with the city's goals in regards to transportation planning. So that being said, here are the key elements to me. One is the parking management plan that has come up. Does need to be comprehensive, and it needs to be somehow codified. Maybe the agreement needs to be recorded. There need to be enforcement sanctions that was mentioned before. I'm not sure if those are always monetary enforcements, but I'd like to know that an array of different enforcement options have been looked at. And that needs to be accompanied, just as importantly, by a really firm, ongoing monitoring plan. There was, well, you have it up on the screen now, monthly reporting for 3 months. 3 months is inadequate. I believe the monitoring plan needs to be ongoing for the life of the parking management plan. And the frequency can change over time as worked out and reasonable and effective. Maybe it starts out frequent and then in a year or two it can reduce in its frequency and whatnot. But I think it always needs to be there. And there needs to be a mechanism for the city staff to be able to be part of that monitoring program. It can't be self-monitored. It has to be self-monitored and overseen by the city in some manner that's verifiable, because one of the aspects I saw in all of this is the information looks like it can work and it's good. It looks like the data is good, and I trust that the data is the best that the hotel and the staff has been able to provide for us right now, but it's not validated nearly enough to get real numbers. And I think my fellow commissioner just mentioned one of the iffy points is 40 cars enough? Is 20 cars enough in the off season? Those things need to be monitored and provisions made to update it where necessary, and so I find that to be a very important part as equal to the plan itself. And also, I would add to that participation in transportation solutions on an ongoing basis by the hotel, and evidence of that. And that's an excellent resource locally and regionally, and there are constantly updates as to the newest workable examples and techniques out there. And I think that the hotel needs to be constantly plugged into those. I also think the employees, whether they take the initiative to call for the car sharing or not, there are all sorts of other resources in that office that every employee and the hotel should take advantage of. And I think there's information gathering and some aspect of monitoring for us if we have the ability to actually be a participant in terms of understanding what traffic solutions has been able to provide to the hotel. So I think that should be part of somehow the monitoring plan, is to have the hotel management can describe of what level of participation they've had on an ongoing basis with the Transportation Solutions Division of SBK. Both of these items, or all of these items, I would say, need to be very robust. I think we need to pay attention to how we define the neighborhood. As been talked about, the decals on the cars are a new implementation tool that I know that maybe not even all employees are quite aware of yet, but as Commissioner Campanella stated earlier on our site visit, we also did notice that some of the decals were on removable badge stickers and not actually on the car itself. I'd also suggest, if it's possible and feasible, that maybe a decal needs to be on all cars, whether they're participating in the parking lot shuttle program or not, because if someone who says they're being dropped off actually parks, if it had a decal in the car, maybe you'd see it, even if they're not on the list for the shuttle. I do like the idea of the sign-in for the shuttle. I think that's a great improvement, and I think that's an effective tool. So I like that one. On the patrols, I was glad to hear that the patrol is separate from the shuttle driver. And I think the plan needs to be pretty detailed on how often and how responsive those patrols can be. And I did like Commissioner Schwartz's idea of looking into some handheld or easier tracking mechanisms, which would pretty much be up to the hotel to decide if they wanted to use that or not. But it does seem like it would really make the entire monitoring and implementation of the parking management plan easier and maybe more feasible. On the shuttle itself, again, the shuttle timing, routing, and basically the frequency of how it returns back to the lot are all very important, as the responsiveness for someone who may be a little off hours or was delayed for work and didn't get back, off of work when they thought they would, and that kind of thing. And again, though, that's going to change over time. So there needs to be a function of the parking management plan and the monitoring plan that allow the plan to be updated and revised from time to time, so that we know it's always current. The agreement with the church parking lot, I was happy to see after some inquiries that that now the city will be getting notice 30 days prior to any expiration of that. I'm not sure if 30 days is even enough, so I would want to assure that there's plenty of time when that termination agreement comes up, so that if there are any glitches or if the parking management plan is out of date, that would be one of the times to make sure that it's brought up to date with the need at the hotel in terms of number of employees potentially using it and schedules and whatnot. The tracking mechanisms, I think, are missing, and I think that that's a key element of the monitoring plan that would need to be imposed, and I don't think we really have much of a tracking system at all now. I know the hotel managers do, but it looks pretty flexible and not really heightened enough to make this project, this whole proposal work. And then I think that's it for my, okay. And going through, I just want to mention a couple things that I did like. In the information provided to the employees, I noted a couple of things, that the parking is free. You don't charge the employees for the parking. That you do prescribe where you're supposed to put the decals, and I think we've talked about that a lot. That the shuttle driver has a number that can be reached, so I would hope that that number is effective. Everybody knows how to use it, and it can be reached 24/7, as seems to be the case. The MTD bus passes, as I mentioned earlier, I think are a very important, still valid condition because of line 6 and 11. You mentioned carpool incentives up to $50 a month, and then for some reason, if you walk by or drop off, you only get a free raffle prize that's like $25 a month. I find that maybe a little deficient. And then you have the van pooling, which I really appreciate, and I was actually kind of impressed with the level of effort that the hotel had gone to even implement that. Or make it available, I should say, because I'm not sure if anyone's taken advantage of it, but I would say keep it on there just in case. And then in terms of like the users of the lot, it gets back to whether 40 spaces is enough or not. It's kind of interesting that there are about 150 people or so that are signed up on some of these incentives. But it seems like when you look at the cars parked in the lot, there's a gap between really who's used it and who's signed up. Just gets back to the tracking system a little bit more. And then also, I'd just like to mention as well in terms of components of a potential parking management plan and monitoring program that there's an emphasis on employees, but I would just like to state for the record that the way I am looking at this, an employee are both the managers and the line staff, not just the line staff. And I am appreciative that I see a number of listings in your data sheet that's attached to the staff report where supervisors and managers are also taking advantage of using the basically park and ride lot in the shuttle, and that's a really good thing. But I would like greater emphasis on the fact that it really should be everyone. And I also would just like to suggest that if the leaders and the top managers are they themselves making that effort, that would go a long way for everybody else coming on board too. I think setting an example is also important. And then lastly, back to the basic question in front of us about a recommendation, or I should say comments on the SCD. Struggled with this as well because I have and initially have had and still have, I suppose, a concern with the fact that the language of Condition 7, which is the one that said all employees shall park on site, is very poorly worded. If I believe from what I've heard that maybe there was an intent there to get the problem off the street, but that language was very narrow and I don't think fully met the intent. But it's there. That's the language that we have. And the SCD approach that's before us now can provide some immediate solution, I hope, to the neighbors and for this issue. So I think that as a temporary solution this SCD can work. I'm hearing that legally the city attorney believes it can be work, that it's kind of a creative substitute implementation of an intent of a condition, something like that. It's not clear to the public, and 5 years from now, somebody comes back and the parking management plan has fallen away and there's another big issue and the staff is gone. I don't think you could ever look at that and say, oh, yeah, that's what we meant. We meant a parking management plan. It doesn't exactly correlate with clarity, but I would be in support of granting it if it was more of a temporary stopgap and could work, and I'm hearing from staff that it can work. I would say, however, that a follow-up planning commission review is in order. I believe that it would be more effective if the parking management plan were actually approved by staff, implemented, and then reported back in terms of how well it's being implemented, rather than coming back in draft form and still not knowing if that has basically created a new track record. I think that's what I'm looking for, is a new, better track record. But at the same time, I also think that at this SCD, while maybe a mechanism and a tool for now, if the project should come back in for other revisions that require future modifications to the master plan, I think at that time, as part of that, I think a revision to the conditions to basically acknowledge clearly in the project conditions that that's the way that we are approaching this needs to be done. So those would be my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Oh, my light's back on. Thank you. And Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you. Okay. Running out of energy here, but let's see what we can do.
We can do it.
Yeah, okay.
We're the Planning Commission.
Well, first of all, I think, a lot of things have changed over the years on this project, and if we're trying to solve a problem, we need to reestablish a baseline of where we're at today. So I really think that a new parking demand study in recognition of what the current uses, occupancy rates, all the other factors affecting this project really needs to be established. I know that we can meet the ordinance requirement. It's already been met, but it's the ordinance requirement that's not creating the problem for the neighbors. It's the excess of what the demand is actually generating, pushing it out into the neighborhood. So I think without an accurate, updated demand, understand what we're trying to solve, we're not going to be able to solve it. So I would like to see it come back to understand the nature or the excess capacity that we need to try and achieve to alleviate the problem for the neighborhood. I'm totally fine going back, revisiting that condition A7. I think there's better wording, even if it's just to say that they need to park their cars on-site or off-site with a permit. If we at least give them additional flexibility. I'm not seeing site area where they can solve this problem on site unless they get really creative and figure out how to do parking lifts inside their garages, but I doubt that they're tall enough, or, the site's pretty built out, but I don't want to sit here and design it for them. I'm happy to hear that they have worked out special event agreements with the Riviera Park adjacent. I think that's the kind of cooperative spirit that we would like to see them really spearhead and bring back to us. I wish that type of effort could go further, and I think, who knows, there may be potential of doing something creative with that lot over there jointly between the two where it helps, both property owners, but I know that would be really complex, and I think that's for them to figure out. I know that that's a separate specific plan, and that opens a whole nother can of worms, but I do think that off-site is going to be the solution to this excess parking demand that we're up against. So I think it would be good for the applicant to really, take our thoughts and really think what works best for them. And it would be good if you really have enough track record through the seasonal changes to understand where your peaks and valleys are, to understand what time of the year do you really need more parking and what times can you maybe handle it on site, because you might not need this off-site parking continuously all year long. So I think, analyzing this is going to help us determine that. I'm encouraged that the off-site parking agreement that you have in place or future ones that you may consider also help alleviate the MTD bus issue, because that was a concern to me that, what we thought was going to help the El Encanto went away. So if we can get off-site areas that are served more readily by bus service, I think that will help. I think my fellow commissioners have suggested other ways to kind of enhance your monitoring and tracking efforts, which I think you need to do. I understand you've started it, but I think it's so early, it's impossible to really test it. So I think we need a little bit more time. I do think that this, and I'm trying to remember the end date for your current offsite agreement. Was it 2015? Was that what So whatever it is, it would be nice to have this test period not extend any longer than this current offsite agreement, so we have a new revised SCD or whatever we're going to do here in place before that expires. Because
June 30th of next year.
Yeah, so I think that's going to inform us, and we need to have this in place and operational by then, and hopefully that will see you through the full sort of business cycle of when you have your busy seasons and slack seasons. So, and I think the onus really needs to be on El Encanto to do the patrolling and not be putting the bulk of the effort on the city. I know that the city needs to do it now just to understand the magnitude of the problem and help steer you toward coming up with a solution that you can live with. I think it's going to be better if the solution comes from you, because it's going to be vetted so that it works with your business plan. For us to sit here and try and dictate what's going to work for your business model, I think would probably be a disservice. We usually respond to what is proposed to us. So we're trying to give you all the ideas and tools that you can help formulate that on your own and bring it back to us. So that would be better use, I think, of our expertise. But I think we've given you a lot of ideas and at least set some bounds of what we think we can consider or not consider. But I think that the on-site solution isn't going to get you there. And I think, pursuing the off-site further and exploring either other opportunities, hopefully some that are closer in location if you find some, would make it more efficient to operate as well and probably tend to be utilized more. So, those are my thoughts, and I hope you're successful with this, because I think the last thing the neighborhood or the city would want would be to see a business that isn't successful because of oddball conditions that have been put in place. So, I have a special place in my heart for El Encanto. I was married there. I lived next to it for 13 years, and I want to see it successful too. So, help us get it there. It's worth it. You've put a lot of money in it, and we all want to see it purring along and not be spending our time here. So whatever we can do to help get you there. But I think you need to bring forward a little more of what you think is your vision, and then we can bring it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Campanella?
I want to thank my fellow commissioners so far for the comments they made and looking at maybe what the next step is. Yeah, I appreciate Ms. Fajardo being here today. You are the communicator to the employees of policy. You don't make the policy. Okay. Well, the policy from the company standpoint of operations, what they're doing, what their programs are going to be, what their goals are, how they're going to operate this hotel to very successful. Not trying to insult, and maybe I apologize if I phrased it incorrectly, but this is a bigger issue than human resources. Okay, you have a PR disaster going on. That's not your fault, but needs to be addressed. And I think it needs to be addressed by your general management. I need probably maybe even one layer up from that. This is a hotel chain and there's a reputation. And I think if I were you, suggestion, I would not be shy about communicating what a serious situation this is, from the reputation of the hotel, from the irritant that it's causing neighbors that's solvable. And these neighbors been in the community a long time. There are off seasons, there are events, there's good word of mouth, there's bad word of mouth. I think it needs to be expressed and understood up above, and I think they would, that this is something that really has to be approached and solved quickly. You don't need public hearings like this on a negative on the hotel. I appreciate everything that you've done. I think you have to take it up the line because we have legal issues. What's the best way to handle it? To respond back to the community, to respond back to us. What can you do? What can't you promise? And I don't think it just can be done locally. I think it's a bigger issue that's a corporate issue. I don't know what the organization is, but I think anyone up the line that would be totally aware of what's going on would want to step in and help. Okay? So I would say that channel your efforts to getting a team together, taking the suggestions that we gave, run it up the line, see how you can come back with a concentrated program on your operations, all the other, whether people are parking in the streets that aren't supposed to, where the valets are, offloading trucks. All of this are issues that need to be addressed. There are hotels around the world that are in a worse situation than you are topographically and geographically that figure it out. And you're a member of a chain, right? And they've probably had similar issues wherever they operate, okay? So I think they have to all get together and address it quickly, and I would really encourage that from your standpoint to your general manager and anybody above that has to participate in it. We want to help, okay? That's why we're here. We're going to review what your plan is. If you do come back as suggested, what is today's operating plan? Okay, what is reality? We just don't want to put Band-Aids on something. If you can't operate under what's there, how do you have to operate now and in the future? Let's address it and let's work on it together. So I'm just trying to put together my other commissioners' comments that you have, but really emphasize it's an effort beyond yourself. It's an effort up the line, and we need the best minds from your group and your management to help put this together. And so we appreciate that. That's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Campanella. Any other comments before I comment? Okay. This may just sound like just a lot of harshness. And so I'm going to contribute to the very candid conversation because I think it's in order. And I think it's the only way collectively we're going to get to a better place where El Encanto can not only just comply with the requirements, both associated with the original parking condition as well as what you've heard from my fellow commissioners, creating a more robust, comprehensive parking management plan, which I personally would support and I would direct staff to work on very diligently with the hotel. But there's also the relationship. There's the restoration of the relationship, and Mr. Campanella referred to it as public relations. And it really has eroded to a very sad point. And that is as important to me as adherence to the legal requirements between you and the city, between El Encanto and the city. I have to say that with the Orient Express being an international conglomerate of hotels, trains, and what's the third? There's a third component to the Orient Express. Excuse me? And cruises. I've been surprised at the lack of infrastructure that the hotel did not have in place as soon as you reopened. Now, that was then, this is now, you know, I understand that you report up to whomever, but to Mr. Campanella's suggestion, I think it's imperative for you to bring the top brass together, for them to understand the very sensitive situation that the hotel is in the city, and that you're really on the precipice of going in one of two directions. The relationship will either erode further with the neighborhood, which means with the city. It'll put you in a greater, it'll put you at greater risk of possibly of penalties to be determined what those are. And I'm not sure where the slippery slope is for the El Encanto, but we've never experienced this with the El Encanto. So at some point, the goodwill could erode to such a point that it'll be very difficult for the hotel chain to claw its way back. That would be a tragedy from everything you've heard. So having said that, today I'm not in a position to recommend to staff or our community development director that we proceed with a substantial conformance determination. I'm not even sure what substantial conformance could possibly look like given the conversation that's occurred today from the original condition, as Mr. Vincent said, ill-conceived. We could have other phrases that describe it, all the way through to, I think, inadequate and currently inaccurate parking analysis, parking needs and parking analysis. So to Commissioner Bartlett's comment, I too believe that a new peak parking demand study is required. And if I haven't been clear already, I think that your parking needs in totality need to be included in a parking management plan. I expressed this to staff. I believe it needs to go beyond employee. Because I think if you push in one area, you might try to solve, and very diligently and honorably or virtuously try to solve one type of parking need. If you haven't addressed all of your parking needs, I'm afraid it could put pressure on one area, and then you would be out of sync because you're shoehorned into a tight residential neighborhood, and you have more employees than you initially projected. So you're already in a very delicate position in terms of how you're going to manage your overall parking needs. So with that, I would go back to my recommendation to you to try to use some more modern tools to assemble a plan that you'll then review with staff, that not only are effective short-term, but are sustainable for you. That's going to be as important as anything else, because a short-term fix, and there have been some recent improvements, which right now I'm viewing as short-term, because I haven't seen them sustained yet. So I think there needs to be a completely new approach from you, a much more comprehensive and detailed and sustainable plan. And I would like to see this all come back to the Planning Commission in a formal public hearing at an interval that staff might recommend to us. I also am interested in, yes, I think both a carrot and a stick are needed here, with all due respect to you, Ms. Fajardo. And so I'd also be interested in what types of compliance or non-compliance penalties the city would need to incorporate and codify. And sometimes with a very large owner, a corporate international owner, sometimes that's required, and it could be completely outside of your ability to influence. So I also, in a way, want to take it off your shoulders to say, hey, international corporation that's come into Santa Barbara and purchased a gem of a property, you have significant obligations now that you've decided to come to Santa Barbara. And I feel very strongly about this, as you can tell from my communication to you today. So I think the city needs to find a way to communicate those obligations that's not just pressure down on you as a local manager, but also upward to the property owner. Okay, so with that, are there any other comments from my commissioners to sort of harness our comments? Mr. Jordan, I think you jumped to it right away.
Well, I just want to make sure that what I'm hearing is what staff is hearing, and that's that when you get down to that bottom bullet on that slide, what I'm hearing most all of us say up here today is that our recommendation would be that prior to an SCD approval, that a more formal and comprehensive presentation come back to Planning Commission for our comments and recommendations on that presentation to go to the SCD approval. Does that sound like what everybody has set up here in some form or manner?
Mr. Jordan, if I could also add, and perhaps I overlooked being very clear about this also. When I see on pages 3 and 4 of our staff report that 10 of the items in these categories of documentation, education, monitoring, enforcement, and reporting, 10 of the items weren't even provided to the city. It's complete, comprehensive, and accurate responses that I'm personally am looking for as a planning commissioner when this does come back. So if there are any holes in the responses, that wouldn't sit well with me. I just want to be really clear so that we're all being completely forthright as to what the expectations are. So, Mr. Jordan, back to you.
So I guess maybe what I'd just ask the chair if she would just poll the members and see if that's what I just said was an accurate assessment of everybody's feelings. Everybody kind of has their little niche on what they want to see come back, and they've made those comments, but I think clearly everybody said their recommendation would be that it would come back for another bite at the apple and attempt and opportunity to make comments before an SCD determination was made.
Should we do a straw poll? Just go right down the line. Mr. Campanella?
Yes.
Ms. Peugeot? Would you like to comment further?
I do. I have a little bit
Discuss
of
it?
comment on that. I'm throwing this out there. If I would have preferred from the very beginning, if I had my magic wand and how this came forward, I would have preferred a formal modification or amendment to the plan, change the conditions, have the make a requirement for the comprehensive parking management plan with monitoring and have that draft in front of us. That's what I would have preferred. That's not where we are for various reasons, and I get some of those reasons why it has evolved the way it does. So for me, a draft, if it came back to us prior to implementing a parking management plan, I can support that idea, and I would be actually very much looking forward to that information if it came back in a short period of time, which means a lot of work, a lot of hustling to put together what those components would be and to have an informed discussion of how all those different components would actually work over the long run. And that does make sense. However, if it's going to be 6 months or 9 months or a year before we could revisit to do that, then in that case, I think we need a temporary interim measure in place so that we at least have the commitment to that level on the part of the hotel and some potential resolution for the neighborhood so that the parking issues at least begin to be tested out. I think it's too much time to waste if it's going to be 6 months, 9 months, or a year. So to summarize, what I would say is if we can get that kind of a draft of the parameters at least of what this plan would be back to us within a couple months' time, I think that's a great idea and would most likely benefit the hotel as well, because you will know our thoughts on how it would flush out. But regardless of that, I also think that the monitoring plan and the parking plan, in whatever shape it takes, needs some periodic check-ins on its effectiveness that also, at least in the beginning, should include reports back to the Planning Commission.
Well, let me rephrase, perhaps, because I think I earlier said 30, 60, 90 days kind of thing, because I think most of the data is just a matter of money, and effort. They know what their occupancy was. They know on August 9th when I was there how many full-time employees they had working at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They can make some learned presumptions on most of those people drove a car, and they can put that information together. I also take them at their word, and staff's word, that right now they're making increased efforts and they would continue to do that over the 30, 60, 90 days. I also think that rather than boxing them in, they're going to have some learning curve here, and they're going to in this period where they're increasing their efforts and being a better neighbor, they're going to have some successes and failures, and those failures need to be things that they can learn from and adjust and come back with, well, here, we tried this, that didn't work, but we found this more effective when that didn't work. So I agree with what you're saying in terms of longer is worse, and if it's a 30, 60, or 90-day kind of thing, that's the type of return I'd like to see a commitment to. And while we're underway in that process, my expectation, or our expectation, should be that they continue to ramp up their efforts in being a good neighbor, continue to work with staff, bounce things back and forth. Will this work? What do you think about that? That type of thing.
That time frame is fine with me if it's within, I'd say even 60 days or so. But yeah, that's fine, more or less in that range.
Mr. Bartlett, thoughts on Mr.
Well,
Jordan's?
I agree with it coming back, and I also agree that I think sooner is better. I think they have enough full seasonal data that they can craft it without waiting another 9 months or a year to go through another season. So I could agree to sooner.
And sooner might be what for you, just so we're talking numbers?
I'd say within 3 months.
So within 90 days?
Yeah, within 90 on the outside.
On the outside, 60 to 90, something like that.
Go ahead. Let's finish the straw poll. I did have just a closing thought that I wanted.
Mr. Campanella, so I want to hear your response to both Ms. Pujo's and Mr. Bartlett's comments on the 60 to 90.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think there is data available, but again, if you're going to have a management input and plan, you have to give them enough time to do that. I think an ongoing communication with staff, of course, is critical. We'll then be able to see how progress is being made. I think, a 90-day period is probably reasonable, but, if I start getting into 30, I think we're going to see an in-process situation without getting all management input. So I would go along with 90, assuming that communication with staff will be continuing, and there'll be some action items that will be put into place along the way while you're trying to get the big picture together. Thanks.
Mr. Bartlett, do you want to comment before I comment?
Yes, I just wanted to make kind of a positive note. I think you're in a unique opportunity with your branding, of Orient Express, of, the trains, planes, and cruises. The more you can kind of put forward those package ideas where people don't always have to come here in a car. I mean, we've had other projects in town where they underpark and they incentivize the people that don't rely on cars for everything. And I think your branding, you could use that as a real powerful tool, and it would also help you with this situation. So try and put a positive spin on it, and maybe it'll, have other benefits that you haven't realized.
So my thoughts are that if the majority of my commissioners are comfortable with a 90-day, I will support that. My only reluctance is, but again, I can set it aside if most of my colleagues want to go with 90. I think it's paramount that the El Encanto now demonstrate on a daily basis that you're going to step up to all of the requirements. I want to say that I was really concerned that it seems to me that time has dragged on in our staff requesting information of whomever, whichever employee, whether it was Laura MacGyver, I understand she's now gone from the hotel, your general manager. And here today, even at the issuance date of the staff report, so many pieces are missing. So to me, I feel like we need to turn up the heat on the hotel to express to the neighborhood that we are here for them, and to help you to say this has to be accomplished. It's not a possibility. It's not a maybe. It will have to happen for this to work for the whole city and the hotel. So I don't know if 60 is too soon for that, but I can say that in 90 days, it would be it'll be a dire situation if the hotel comes back in 90 days and we still are in this situation we find ourselves in today. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues with final comments on 60 or 90 days. What do you think is the right and reasonable time frame to accomplish what we've talked about today? Ms. Peugeot?
I'm somewhat reluctant to prescribe it down to that level. I think, as Commissioner Bartlett said, if 90 is the outside of that range, I would prefer earlier. But I think 90 days should be the outside, because I can't foresee what kind of information or approval and maybe management discussions at the hotel level need to take place and whatnot. So I'm fine with leaving it up to 90 days.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Jordan? Yes, Mr. Campanella? 90 is okay? All right. Back to you, Mr. Jordan. Do we need to expand or expound on your... No? That's it? Does staff have any questions for us about the majority direction?
No, we don't.
Okay. Then I think that looks like we are concluding for today. You have sufficient information. Thanks, everyone, for still being here. We appreciate everybody's patience. It's been a long day. Thank you, and we will see you in due time. Okay, we've concluded that item, and now we just go to the last administrative part of our agenda, committee and liaison reports. Does anybody have the energy to give a committee or liaison report? We are still here, and we are still listening and recording.
So
yes, please, Mr.
just so
Jordan.
I don't have to remember for a couple more weeks, or three more weeks, or 4 more weeks, whatever it is, just a couple minor items yesterday morning at staff hearing officer, minor modifications, and nothing out of the ordinary to report.
Okay, thank you. Any other reports? Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to report on last Tuesday's ABR meeting. It was pushed back a day due to the holiday. But a couple of projects that would be of importance to the Commission. The 3885 State Street AUD project came in for in-progress review, hoping to get final, and we'll be returning again with a few minor things on landscape and material and colors, but getting close to the finish line. I know the demolition plans and all that have been approved, and the buildings are already torn down if you haven't been by State Street lately.
Right.
So, and then the other new project that we touched on briefly at our lunch meeting, the 604 East Coda Street, another AUD residential mixed-use project in the overlay zone, came through for a concept review at ABR with, mostly favorable on the notion of the project, but, mixed on the size, bulk, and scale and the design relative to the Haley-Milpas design guidelines. So I'm sure that will be coming back. Not sure if it's going to make our way here for concept review. It sounds like they may be trying to avoid us, so I'll keep you posted.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, I'll conclude with a couple of announcements. The first is reiteration of something that Ms. Brooks said at the very beginning of our hearing many hours ago now. And that is on September 11th, starting at 9 a.m., there will be a joint Planning Commission City Council hearing. That's going to last till 11:30 or 12, and that's over at 630 Garden Street in the David Gephardt Public Meeting Room. We also received an exhibition reception invitation. This is Artists of Distinction, the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History, Friday, September 26, 6 to 8 p.m. It's associated with Art Walk 2014, and today is First Thursday, so for those who are not already out enjoying First Thursday, we encourage everyone to participate in that. With that, if there are no other closing comments, I think this meeting is now officially adjourned. Thank you.